And good morning to everyone. Good morning to all our viewers out there. Welcome to this round three match in the West Indies Rising Star Under 19 Women Tournament. Here we are here at the Gilbert Park in California, Central Trinidad and Tobago. We are here for this top of the table clash between Trinidad and Tobago and the Windward Islands. Remember, Trinidad and Tobago, they are currently second on the table with 6 points. They played 2 win 1 and 1 no result. That's the first game was a no result against Barbados. In the second game, they played their second game against Jamaica, and they won that game by eight wickets. Jamaica batting first. They were 90 for 9 in their 30 overs. Trinidad and Tobago, they end up making the score 92 for 2 in 19.3 overs. So, and for the Windward Islands, they are top of the table currently, first place with 8 points, winning their first 2 matches. The first game they played against the Guyana under 19, they won by 6 wickets. That game was reduced to 13 overs because the first round matches, the other 2 matches were rained out. Guyana under 19 making 40 for 2 in their 13 overs. The Windward Islands 41 for 4 in 11.2 overs. In the second game, the Windward Islands, they beat the Leeward Islands by 8 wickets. They bowled out the Leeward Islands for 59 in 22.2 overs, and the Windward Islands, they made 60 for 2 in 11.2. So they are on top of the table. As I welcome with me this morning, Mr. Anil Lakan.
Yeah, pleasant good morning to you, Ronnie. Pleasant good morning to all our listeners and viewers wherever you may be at this time. Very important clash here in the Women's Rising Star on the 19 tournament. It's Trinidad and Tobago, the host country, coming up against the Windward Islands. The Windward Islands have benefited from the first round matches where against Guyana they were able to get a 13 over affair and they won that match handsomely. So they are top of the table. Trinidad and Tobago will need to topple them in round 3 of this contest to go ahead. So a lot to play for. The Windward Islands winning the toss and immediately inserting the Trinidad and Tobago team into bat. Opening the batting for Trinidad and Tobago, Chanel Sao and Samara Ramnath.
Yes, so Anil, just as you said before, had a bit of rain delay, so the game is reduced to 28 overs. The Windward Islands winning the toss and electing to field the first. So just to give you, it's 28 overs, 30 minutes interval. The bowling overs per bowler, it will be six overs for the 3 bowlers could bowl 6 overs, and then the other 2 would bowl 5 each. So we're on the way here. First delivery played away nicely, and this is going to run away. No, the outfield is a bit wet because of the rain, but that's excellent running, and Trinidad and Tobago are off and running here.
Yeah, skipper Janelia Glasgow taking the opportunity to open the bowling from the KFC in there. Sinal Sal getting a leg stump half volley, whipping it through that mid-wicket region. They get 2. So Trinidad and Tobago off and running. Very positive start indeed. And we expect a lot from this opening pair of Chanel Sao and Ramnath.
Yeah, this one played nicely, and just as you mentioned, Glasgow, she has having a good tournament thus far in that first game, just picking up 1 wicket, but in the second game, picking up 3 for 6.
Well, I tell you what, Ronnie, she have had first-class experience being part of the West Indies senior setup, so she do, have a lot of experience at this level, and one will expect that she'll continue to dominate.
This one again played away through mid-wicket. They're going to get 1. They're going to looking for the second, but that's excellent fielding there. She got quickly to that ball and prevented any chance of a second. So they're off and running. It's 3 without loss.
Chanel Sao getting another leg stump half volley, which she whipped through that mid-wicket region. But because we've had a lot of rain this morning, the field is very greasy at this stage, so you'll expect that the scoring will not be as rapid as we would expect.
That's an excellent comeback there from Glasgow, as you said before, picking up 3 for 6 in that game against the Leeward Islands. And she does well with the new ball, and they would be looking for her to really pick up wickets. And she does it with regularity up front, picking up early wickets, taking advantage of that new ball, as we saw there. That one just moving away from the right-handed Ramnath.
Yeah, this Trinidad and Tobago women's team, they do pack a punch when it comes to batting running. So it's important for Windward Islands and their skipper Janita Glasgow to get amongst the wickets and try and break the top order of this Trinidad and Tobago batting. The likes of Chanel Sao and Samara Ramnath, they would want to take matters in their own hand and really stamp their authority. Both recently been part of the West Indies senior women's team.
This one, it's a loud appeal for LBW, but seemed to be going down the leg side. Just from the shot that Samara was playing there, it looked like it was going down the leg side, but the end of an excellent over there for Glasgow. Just 3 runs coming off it, but she had a couple of good deliveries. Saw one moving away, as you can see in the replay here. This one seemed to be just nipping back into the right-handed Ramnath. Yeah, that one, but full length delivery. The swinging into what was a full length delivery. It should have been put away there by Ramnath. Had she got some bat onto that, any on the leg side, that would have been at least 2 runs. So, so she felt she would have missed out there. But at the end of a good over there, Glasgow continues to do a good work up front with the new ball here.
Yeah, and at this early stage of her innings as well, to Ronnie, one would really love to see her just open that left leg and try and on-drive that delivery rather than going totally across the line of the delivery. But it's going to be...
This one, it's a lovely shot, driven straight to the fielder at... that's long. Oh, that's mid on, sorry, and they get an easy single. But that's good running again, Anil. It was a very good shot, hit very hard straight to the fielder, but they immediately call for the single, and that's good when you see the call in between the wickets. Immediate call, they go for it.
And I tell you, you know, what we've experienced in a couple of the runs that we've done before, Ronnie, the running between the wickets amongst the teams hasn't been the best, but this is very refreshing indeed to see the likes of Chanel Sa. From the moment she on-drove that ball, she was off and running. Lovely square drive from Samara Ramnath, just easing onto the front foot and opening the face, and a good feeling there at that backward point position. There's no run. So Trinidad and Tobago starting off very positive indeed. It's tailor-made for a mouth-watering contest. Trinidad and Tobago versus the Windward Islands. And this one is driven out to extra cover. It's going to be 1. And poor backing up there. They're going to get 1. And that's all they're going to be.
Well, again, it's a good delivery driven, but we saw a couple of errors there. One, a misfield at cover, which gave away the initial run. And then it was a throw at the wicket. The keeper didn't get there on time. And there was no backing up on the other side. So the fielder there at that fine leg position wasn't backing up enough. And it allowed them to get 2 more runs. So Samara gets 2, she's off and running.
But a lovely extra cover drive from Samara Ramnath, just easing that ball into that cover region.
Right, this one, it's again outside the off stump, wide signal by the umpire. So Edwards here, not the start that she wanted. She needed to back up that excellent over from Glasgow, but just not fine in that area. Remember, there's a strong breeze blowing across the field as well, so she has to be careful. If she's too wide outside the off stump, it's going to go wider. So that is the problem she's having. So she needs to be a bit straighter here. And that's exactly what she did. So good correction there by Edwards in getting it a bit straighter and let the breeze, let the wind do the rest. And she's going to get it to move across the right-handed Ramnath here. Ramnath just has to be aware of that. That's an excellent bowling here from Edwards. again on the wicket. So this is good from Edwards. It's a good comeback here after that wide delivery. And Samara just working that one into the onside, straight to the fielder at mid-wicket. So it's a good contest. Remember, as you rightly mentioned, Arnold, it's a top of the table clash here. So it's a two top team jostling for that top position. This one is driven square, a bit of misfeel, but no run conceded. So at the end of two, it's a 7 without loss, Arnold.
Yeah, so excellent start, and we're seeing some very positive cricket indeed from the Trinidad and Tobago openers, both Shinal Sao and Samara Ramnath. They look like they're in for this contest. They look very positive indeed. They're timing the ball to perfection. So it's great to see that, both openers really looking to get going here. And remember, this game has been reduced to a 28 over affair. So without that full allocation of 30 overs running, 12 balls already, taken away from the final quarter. So they're going to have a move on.
So it's Glasgow going to continue from the northern end. This one is down the leg side. Not signal wide. So did she get something on it, or was it a pad? So that's a good question, but the umpire did not signal wide, so therefore it hit something on the way to the keeper.
Well, it possibly just brushed her thigh pads on the way to the keeper. And I'll tell you what, Ronnie, it's a 28 over affair, so it means to say that there's going to be a power play of 9 overs.
8 overs.
Oh, my apology, 8?
Yes. So again, good line and length here from Glasgow. She's continued to do well in this tournament, and she, as we said before, has picked up wickets early, and that puts pressure on the batters.
Well, having looked at the surface just before the start of play, Ronnie, I would have recognized that there is a fair amount of moisture, and she's trying to extract that by pitching the deliveries up.
Oh, that's excellent. It looked a bit wide, but remember, with that wind that is blowing from, if you look at it from left to right of your screen, that's going to be pushing the ball back into the right hand from this southern end, this northern end. So the batters have to be wary of that. And this is good from Glasgow. That's hanging it outside the off stump there. This time again a bit of width, a bit fuller this time from Glasgow, and so that's she latched onto that one. Nice cover drive, but straight to the fielder.
Yeah, so Trinidad Glasgow, the skipper of the Windwards team, continue to try and extract whatever swing or seam is on offer, and what she's doing is really giving herself a chance to possibly hit the edge.
So again, driven straight back to the bowler. No run. So this is good from Sao here. That's just getting on that front foot, looking to play positive, looking to drive straight down the ground. That is excellent, because remember the wicket itself, as you rightly mentioned, it has a bit of moisture because of the rain. So you have to be careful. You can't look to hang too much on the back foot. So this is excellent. Again, pitch stop delivery by Glasgow, but just driven straight to the fielder at that mid-on position, and it's the end of over. Excellent over maiden there from Glasgow, and this is at the end of 3 overs. It's 7 without loss, Hannah.
Yeah, so Janelia Glasgow, she would know both Samara Ramnath and Chanel Sal very well, and the think tank of the Windward Islands team, I'm just suggesting that they have recognized that pitching the ball up to both these players, they could get some reward from it, and that possibly just hence the reason why she's taking the opportunity to really try and get it up there. Possibly a pitch, a shape at the last moment, Ronnie, could really bring her into business.
Yeah, excellent. Excellent analysis there, and that's what they would want, for utilize these conditions, and that's why they wanted us and elected to bowl, to use these conditions here to the best of their ability. Edwards to continue, pitch stop delivery, full length delivery I should say, and driven straight to the fielder at extra cover.
But important as well, Ronnie, it's important to utilize this new ball as well to try and shift the top order of the Trinidad and Tobago batting team. They do bat very deep, and the top order is very, very powerful indeed. Oh,
that's a no ball. It's a full length delivery, and well, Samara Ramla, they did hit her on her shoulder. Let's look at the replay there. It's a full toss, well high. Look at it. It's way above. It hit her on the shoulder full. So initially, right away, the square leg umpire signaled a no ball. So it's a free hit here now to Samara.
But I'm also looking at the umpire running to see if there is any indicators that there is a warning. But I haven't seen anything of that nature just yet.
Well, it should be a warning, but that's the free hit and it's full. It's hit straight down the ground, over the head of the long on fielder. They go for one, they come back for two. And this is excellent running again. And that's a good shot, but it's another full toss. But it seemed to be okay. The square leg umpire, the standing umpire has a look at the square leg umpire and they signal it's okay. So
well, I must tell you, Ronnie, I do not agree with that call. I do not agree because to me it was just a bit lower, but it was above her waist. And again, we just have to give credit to the umpires. They out in the middle, and they will make that final decision.
Yes, definitely, the umpire, they are in the best position to make those decisions.
So John bowling with a backward point, a third man, cover, extra cover, mid off, mid on, fine leg, and a mid wicket.
It's Edwards again. This one is guided to that point fielder, and there's no run. So after that full toss, a good comeback here from Edwards. And she has to back up the good work that Glasgow has done in the previous over, and we keep seeing that.
Well, as we both know, Ronnie, bowlers hunt in pairs, so skipper Janila Glasgow, she would really look forward to Destiny Edwards really coming up trumps here. Even though she may not be getting wickets, but she will expect her to try and keep things tight. If they're able to really put the skids on the scoring, you just never know something is going to happen.
Well, that's all they need to do. Again, another full toss, but driven straight to the fielder at short mid-wicket. And that's a very good point. We come to the end of the fourth over. It's 10 without loss. Chanel Sao, she's on 4. Samara Ramnath on 4 as well. And that's a very good point. Put the skid on the run. You try and keep the run rate down as much as possible. It will bring the wicket because the batter now would have to feel that she needs to do something. And she will try something extraordinary or something out of her repertoire. And it may cause her wicket. So I think Samara, she's in a bit of a bother here, and we said it before, she got hit flush on the shoulder, and that right shoulder, and it seemed to be giving her some problems.
And I'll tell you what, Samara Ramnath, she's pin size running, so any blow to those areas, the arm and so, it will be very, very painful. And she has someone, the physio, out. So
you can see it again if you look at the screen there. Definitely full straight on the shoulder, and that could be painful. And as you rightly say, she's not too much flesh on that shoulder bone.
Yeah,
there.
she's pin size, so you would expect that that ball 4 3/4, 5 ounces actually hurtling at you. There will be some bruises of some sort there. So the physio is out there doing some running repairs to Samara Ramnath. But in the meantime, both Samara Ramnath and Chanel Sao, they would have been added to the senior West Indies setup, Ronnie. So one would expect at this level now they have to show some level of maturity and dominance. We would expect that at this level now that they have to possibly take their game up a notch. When you come back down to this under 19 level, you expect to see that maturity taking place, Ronnie.
Yeah, definitely. And as you mentioned, she had 26 not out in that second game. Remember the first game got washed out, so she had 26 not out to see her team to victory, and she would need to do a lot more of that. Show her seniority, as you would rightly said. Samara, she's back. She seemed to be okay, and it's going to be Glasgow to continue from the northern end. Oh, that's a very good delivery, short and wide outside the off stump. A bit quicker than expected there. As you can see, look at this. It seemed to be a very quick delivery. It was past her before she even played the shot. It bounced higher than she expected. So this is good to see from Glasgow, and she's really showing her character here. Oh, this time it's driven nicely, but straight to the field at extra cover, and there's no run.
So the Windward Islands team, Ronnie, they would have known that Chanel Sao, she loves to drive the ball, but even though that's one of her main scoring areas, it could also be her downfall. So we're seeing Janelia Glasgow really running and kissing the surface. That second delivery did have a lot of pace on it.
On this one, as you rightly said, the same shot could be her downfall, and here she just put her length a bit fuller here in Glasgow, and Sao just driving that one uppishly straight into the hands of that extra cover fielder, and that's the end of Chanel Sao. The first wicket falls for the TNT on the 19. It's now 10-for-1, and she looked very disappointed, but you called it, Anna.
Yeah, Chanel Sao, she's known to be a very powerful driver of the ball, but Janelia Glasgow, she also has some tricks up her sleeve as well. Mixing up the lengths really well, pitching it up, giving her that feed, and pulling her length back there, just going back of her length there. So, Chanel Sao trying to hit the ball on the up, drive the ball on the up, only succeeded in getting a tough chance taking there at extra cover. So Trinidad and Tobago losing their first wicket. Chanel Sao, one of their senior players, are back in the hutch.
Yeah, definitely she's back in the hutch, and just going for 4 runs, I believe.
Yeah, 4.
Yeah.
And that's good to see. That dismissal, Ronnie, is good to see some very good bowling from skipper Janelia Glasgow. Neither Samara Ramnath or Chanel Sao was able to have their own way in terms of really trying to progress the scoring. She's put the skids on the scoring, and now it has resulted in the dismissal of Chanel Sao. So wonderful leadership from skipper Janelia Glasgow.
Yes, this is excellent from her. And we mentioned it earlier, Anil, that she picks up wickets early. She picks up wickets up front, and she continues to do it here. As you could see in the replay again, just driving on the up. That one keeping a bit lower than she expected there, Sao. And you could see it hitting the bottom of the bat and going straight to that fielder. So, but the Windward Islands striking the first blow, and this one again looking for that big cover drive, but not making any contact. That one looked like it either came back in with the wind, and she played probably outside of that.
Yeah, so
look.
So Ayana Roberts, Ronnie, coming in at that vital number 3 position, she would possibly have some butterflies as she strode out to the middle.
Well, she's going to face Glasgow, who's bowling really well again, just back of a length there, and Roberts just guiding that one to that point fielder, and they get no run. So at the end of a very successful over, a wicket maiden, I believe, for Glasgow, it's 10-for-1 after 5.
Yeah, it's a very impressive bowling indeed. Both Janelia Glasgow and her partner in crime, they're doing an excellent job indeed, and they've gotten rid of the very dangerous Chanel Sao early in the piece here. So it's going to put a lot of pressure on Samara Ramnath. There's still the skipper in Shalini Samaru, but they wouldn't want her to come out anytime soon. They would want this PA to continue for as long as possible, and then really put press the accelerator later on during this innings.
Yes, so it's going to be Edwards to continue. Oh, that's a lovely delivery outside the off stump. Appeal for caught behind. Well, the fielder at cover was sure, at extra cover, sorry, was sure that this was out. She was celebrating already. Let's see. Pitched. Nice bounce. And I love the bounce that these bowlers are getting.
But you know what? That ball shaped away at the last moment. Samara Ramnath, she was trying to punch that ball, and that ball just left her at the last moment. But
this time down the leg side from Edwards, and it's going to be a wide signal by the umpire. Welcome runs there for the Trinidad and Tobago on the 19 girls. There's been a lot of maidens being bowled thus far. But Samara here, she has to be wary of those deliveries. Again, on the back foot, just guiding that one to the point fielder. But you have to give credit to the Windward Islands here. They are bowled really well.
Yeah,
they
but
use the conditions really well.
yeah, I mean, when you look at what skipper Janelia Glasgow has offered to her team, and Destiny Edwards now supporting her with tremendous line and length. This one, she will have to reload this one. But what I like about this opening pair running is that they're really not going into the wicket too much. They're trying to extract whatever swing or seam is on offer. And Destiny Edwards, the second delivery from this over, that ball just pitched on and shaped away at the last moment. So they got to be very careful, both Ayana Roberts and Samara Ramnath.
Driving through covers, and this gonna run away. No, it's not. It's a heavy outfield. They're gonna get two quite easily, actually. But that's a lovely shot from Samara Ramnath there. That one pitched up, and she just eased into it, and just finding that gap between cover and extra cover, and picks up 2 runs.
Yeah, a lovely flowing extra cover drive from Samara Ramnath. She just leant on that ball and away she go. Unfortunately, she wasn't able to get a boundary. This outfield here at Gilbert Park is still a bit heavy after some early morning showers here at Gilbert Park.
Well, another wide here, so Edwards has not really hit her strap in this third over. 3 wide so far. And she bowled a no ball as well in the previous over, so she has to be careful. She can't allow runs to be bleeding from one end while her captain is bowling well in the other. Full toss straight to the field and taken. Well. A low full toss again. Samara Ramnath looking to go through extra cover again, but went to the well, one too many, and this time hitting it in the air straight to the fielder. Did well. The fielder did well to just parry it up. Let's look at it again. Just parry it up initially and take it on the second try.
Well, I tell you what, Ronnie, you cannot keep skipper Janelia Glasgow out of this game, taking that effort on the second attempt. But what had happened there is that the Windward Islands, within 6 overs, now have gotten rid of 2 dangerous batters from the Trinidad and Tobago team. And with the score being, is it 11? 11 for 2 now. They've really put the skids. And what that has happened now, it has brought skipper Shalini Samaro out in the middle. So a lot of work here to do for the Trinidad and Tobago women's under 19 team here. Janelia Glasgow, what a beauty there in the wickets, and now taking a very good catch there at extra cover, getting rid of the dangerous Samara Ramnath. And this Windward Islands think tank, they know, Ronnie, that it's important for them to put the skids on the scoring, because they know that this Trinidad and Tobago team does has a very potent spin attack as well. So they would want to try and keep this scoring to a minimum in order to give them something to get at.
Yeah, definitely, totally agree with you there. And as you say, it brings the captain to the crease. A lot of work to do here. 15 for 2 now. At one point in time, they're going on nicely at 10 without loss. It's 15. This is another full toss, pulled away. And the fielder at mid-on just had to move a few steps to her left. And it just an easy single. But the low full toss are working here.
Well, I tell you, in any level of the game, at any level of the game, Ronnie, a low full toss sometimes does present challenges to the batters, especially if you're attempting to hit across the line of the delivery.
Yes, and that she did. That she did.
So that single takes the score on to 16 for 2.
Yes, Edwards again. And this one is driven nicely by Roberts there. But again, it's the captain, Glasgow, in the way. And what a player she is. She does it all for her team. And at the end of 6 overs, it's 16 for 2. The Trinidad and Tobago under 19 women, they are in a spot of bother, Anil.
Well, they are indeed a spot of bother. Both Chanel Sao and Samara Ramnath back in the hutch. And I'm sure Coach Gibran Mohammed, he would be asking his players to follow to try and give as much support as possible. But at this stage,
Didn't really get on new grounds here. It would be the first time they would be out in the middle. The middle and low order would be tested here for the Trinidad and Tobago team.
and that's one of the disadvantages running with Trinidad and Tobago not having the opportunity to. Janelia Glasgow, she will want to get back into the West Indies setup, so she definitely inking her name somewhere in those selectors' notebook that, listen, I'm back, I'm going to make a statement here in this tournament.
This one, it's played away to mid-wicket, in the air a bit, but just short of that fielder at short mid-wicket. And there's no run. So, well, she's doing it all, honestly, with the ball and with the bat for her team. So she's really making a strong statement here to get back into that senior setup.
And this Windward Islands team, they are a very well-oiled unit. You could see them really buzzing around on the field there. A very good feeling team as well. And when you have a skipper like Janelia Glasgow who raises her hand every single game running and said, listen, I'm going to set the tone. I am going to lead by example. What more can you expect?
Yeah, well, when you have a team, when you have Trinidad and Tobago at 17 for 2, you're going to be bubbling in the field. They're going to be running around. You can see all of the fielders. They're itching to get something going. And this one is just played, guided away to that same vacant area you were mentioning earlier, Anil. And Shalini gets off the... no, sorry, she's off the mark already. She gets another single. So it's 18 for 2 now.
So Ayana Roberts still hasn't gotten off the mark just yet. So I'm sure that there's a lot of pressure out in the middle there for Ayana Roberts, but I'm sure that she'll be able to really settle herself and continue.
Well, she has to contend with Glasgow here. Oh, looking to the front foot. That one was a bit shorter. They get the single, but it was a bit shorter. She was looking for a full-length delivery. She was on the front foot, but was able to just rock back on the back foot and just play that one into the onside, and picks up an easy single. So at the end of the over, it's 19 for 2.
But excellent adjustment there from Ayana there, Ronnie. That ball was climbing into her ribs. She just got onto it, tapped it down to that short square leg position, and she was able to rotate. So Ayana Roberts, she's off the mark after over number 7. Trinidad and Tobago being inserted by the Windward Islands. You're looking at the Rising Star on the 19th series taking place right here in Trinidad and Tobago. It's the host nation Trinidad and Tobago against a very good Windward Islands team.
Yeah, and we have a change in bowling at the southern end. It's Natalia Phillips. Natalia Phillips, she's going to be taking up the attack.
So it's going to be another seamer here from the Sugar House end. So she's going to be bowling with a short, a gully, a backward point, cover, extra cover, mid-off, mid-on, mid-wicket, and third man and fine leg back on the boundary. So still maintaining those boundary riders behind the wicket.
Again, a good start here, so you can see the seamers. They're just hitting that good length, keeping it straight on the wicket, not allowing too much free deliveries here.
And looking at what has transpired in the first 7 overs as well, Ronnie, the pitch is not tailor-made to hit through the line. So you've got to be careful when driving. If you're not to the pitch of the delivery, you could just find yourself lobbing that ball into the ring of fielders on the offside.
Again, it's not about looking to push the ball. It's about timing the ball. You have to play the ball a bit later. You can see it's a bit slower than expected. Again, with that shot we saw there from Roberts, just pushing a bit at it, playing way in front of pads, and this was a bit aerial. So they have to play a bit later. That's the key to this wicket here. Play a bit later. Look to hit the gaps. Look to run well. Again, down the leg side, wide signal by the umpire, so a lot of wide deliveries. And as you mentioned, wide deliveries, I must say, we saw that with the Windward Islands. Yes, they have bowled well, but they have bowled a lot of wides. In the first game, they have bowled 16 wides. In the second game, they have bowled 14 wides. That's a lot.
And I'm going to tell you this, Ronnie, at some stage that's going to definitely have a dent on their performance, because some team is going to take advantage of that. And Natalie Phillips here going wide again, possibly just looking for that extra yard of pace there, but that's not required. This pitch is of a two-pace nature. All you need to do is really put down the ball in front of the batters and just allow the ball to do the job for you, Ronnie.
Yeah, just put it on a nice line and length and allow the pitch to do the rest. This one is played away nicely. On that leg side, the fielder at fine leg comes in and they reduce them to a single. But that's a good shot. It was down the leg side and she got down nicely on one knee there as Roberts and played that into the onside for an easy single.
Well, how often now do we see, Ronnie, the batters now sweeping the fast bowlers?
Well, it was down the leg side. It was an easy shot.
But still, you've got to execute, and she did that really well.
Yes, and again, she waited on it. She didn't try for power, was more placement, just to get it behind square to ensure that it was an easy single. So that is excellent from Roberts there. So they need a lot more of this. Just push the ball into the gaps, rotate the strike, don't look for the power. Have a lot of overs to bat still. Full toss, hit straight down, straight into the hands of the fielder. And no, the straight away she looks to the square leg umpire, who actually just looked down, didn't look at her. And that's the end of the captain, Shalini Samaru. Again, she's having a chat with the square leg umpire to ask about the no ball situation, but the fielders, they are celebrating, the Windward Islands fielders. Let's have a look at it. Yeah, that's a bit higher over the waist. It looks a bit over the waist, but the umpire is in the best position, and she says it's below the waist. So Shalini Singh Samaru has to go, and that's the third wicket. Again, a full toss hit straight to the fielder.
Yeah, well, Ronnie, it doesn't seem that they want to hit the ball on the ground as a starting point, Ronnie. That ball should have been punched through extra cover. She was trying to go aerial, not getting the elevation, because she was going more horizontal than vertical in terms of her execution, and to me that brought her downfall. Skipper Shalini Samaru. But the Windward Islands, they continue to chip away at the top order of this Trinidad and Tobago team, and they're making life very difficult indeed for them.
Well, that's all they need to do, really, is just to continue bowling full-length deliveries. And they're going to get to wickets.
Or have worries. But it does bring out Maria Lafourcade, a very exciting young batter, all the way from Guaya. If she does pack a punch, and if this young lady does tee off here today, Ronnie, we're going to be in for a special show. I could give you that assurance. But she will need to really play herself in and steady the ship here for Trinidad and Tobago.
Well, in the last game, she had a 15 not out to see her team to victory. And so they would be depending on her a lot here now to get a decent score at 15 for 3. It's 2 for 3. Yes, you have lost the 3 top order, your senior players, but you still have some decent batters to come.
Well, Trinidad and Tobago they do bat deep, but if Windward Islands continue to do the business, right, and this is what Maria is all about. She knows to play in one way, and she's gonna take the attack to the bowlers. So Maria Lafourcade taking a step down the wicket, and watch as she go here running. She just loves that ball into the onside, and it goes down into that deep mid-wicket position. So Maria Lafourcade announcing herself, she's a no-nonsense batter. She's gonna put bat to ball and let's see how how it's gonna work out for her.
Well, it's good counteraction cricket here in terms of, but you could see her intent, and that is good. That is what you want to see. The intent is there. She's not going to let the bowlers bowl to her, bowl that balls, and try and get out. She's going to take the attack to them. Again, this one, it's a good comeback there by the bowler Philip in terms of just pulling her length back a bit, not allowing Nafka to really get in under that one. At the end of 8, it's 26 for 3.
But a welcome boundary indeed for Trinidad and Tobago Ronnie. Maria Lafuka just taking 2 steps and really hoiking that ball down into the deep mid-wicket position. But immediately the Windward Islands have reacted to that, Ronnie. They've put that fielder now. They have 4 fielders that could be out on the boundary at this stage, and they have definitely taken that approach. Now, my concern is, Ronnie, yes, you want to be aggressive, but at the same time you got to mix good aggression with sound defense, and I think that's what's required at this stage from a Trinidad and Tobago perspective.
Yeah, definitely you need to be aware of that. You need to have good defense, and in that you play the ball on the merit. If it's a good ball, fair enough. You know the bowler is going to bowl a good ball. There's no two ways about that. But you have to take advantage of the bad deliveries. There's a change in bowling from the northern end. It's Gilbert.
Yes, Amaya Gilbert having a wonderful time in the last game. 4 for 10. And this one is swept down to backward square. They go for 1. They come back for 2. But excellent shot here from Anaya Roberts, getting down on one knee and playing a lovely conventional sweep shot into the deep backward square position. And they come back for 2 lovely looking runs here. So that will take the score on to 30 for 3.
Yeah, well, Gilbert in her last game picked up 4 for 9 in 6 overs. So she's going to be full of confidence here. And this is good from Roberts. Take advantage early. If she could hit off a line. Again, poor delivery there from Gilbert, but Roberts not able to capitalize. She was waiting on that, which was really flighted, and she was looking to hit that one really hard behind square. All she had to do was beat the fielder at that deep square leg position.
Well, I tell you what, Ronnie, I'm really excited to see this matchup because Maria Lafourcade, she's not going to allow these bowlers them to throw these ball up in the air. I'm telling you, they're either going to hit her, they're going to dismiss her, or they're going to disappear. So let's just see how this unfolds. This is going to be very interesting at this time. Not a bad time for the likes of Maria Lafourcade to be out in the middle.
Well, it's going to be Gilbert. That's outside. Almost bounced twice before the keeper. Well, I saw a couple of that in the game against Guyana against Barbados. A couple of those deliveries bouncing twice before the batter. Signal no ball, obviously, by the umpires. So she has to be aware of that. Oh, and this is it. This is 6 runs. What a shot there. Just chipping down the wicket and meeting it on the full, playing across the line. She did go across the line, but made very good contact and hitting that one all the way over mid-wicket for 6. Anil Lakan.
I told you, Ronnie, she's not going to allow these people to throw up the ball that height up in the air and stay at home. She's going to make her presence felt. But I'm just a little bit worried that she doesn't get drowned in honey, Ronnie.
Well, that's the key thing there. She's not allowed to get drowned in honey. And Roberts has to talk to her. Just keep in her air. Right, okay, play the ball on merit. You got a 6 there, there's no need to. And this is lovely, straight to the fielder, and they're going to get through for an easy single. It was hit hard straight to the fielder, but this is excellent running here by this pair. Immediately called for the single and got through quite easily in the end.
Well, it's now the Maria Lafourcade show taking place out in the middle, and she's showing a lot of intent, which is required. You're not going to allow these bowlers just to throw it up there and wait for it.
Well, that's a wide, and Gilbert here's bowling. It reminds me of the player from Guyana, Amin, who bowls similar to that, just tosses it up in the air. But she has great control. I mean, she has very good control in getting that ball on the wicket. She has to be aware of how her line has to be really good. Again, wide, and that's the problem with going up in the air. The control, loses that.
Well, the fact of the matter that Maria Lafourcade has tried down the wicket on both occasions consecutively. She have now had to adjust her line and her length, and to me, she doesn't seem to be very comfortable doing that running.
Yeah, well, she's bowling to Roberts now, so I think she can bowl conventional line and length. We're not going to see Roberts running down the wicket to hit across the line. This time it's better on that middle and off stump line.
But Maria Lafourcade is saying, "Come on, give me! I want to get down at that end. What you doing, Anaya? I want to get down at that end."
Well, at the end of 9 overs, it's 38 for 3, and we've seen some very good counteracting cricket here, some aggressive cricket from Lafourcade. She's 11 from 5, 1-6 and 1-4.
Yeah, she definitely announced herself here at the Gilbert Park and really adds something refreshing to this Trinidad and Tobago batting lineup. You know, she's the no nonsense kind of player. She really likes to get on with it. But from a Trinidad perspective, they would want her to Ronnie to carry on for as long as possible. Once Maria Lafourcade is out in the middle, you know that the scoring is going to be rapid and the ball is going to be disappearing. But having said that, there needs to be a level of having a good head on her shoulders in terms of choosing her deliveries to execute.
Well, it's going to be it's
Nisha Cherry.
Yeah, she's going to take up the attack from the southern end. It's another off-break ball, and this one is cut away, more of the outer half of the bat, but able to get enough bat on it just to go wide of that fielder at that short third man, and they're gonna get through for an easy single. So
but Ayana Roberts there was caught napping at the non-striker's end, running. From the moment Maria made contact, she was calling, but Anaya was a bit late to get off the mark, but thankfully she is in.
Again, this one is down the leg side. This is worked away. Let's see if it's going to be a run, or is it? Well, wide signaled by the umpire, but again, good running, good awareness from these batters here in terms of seeing it just wide of the keeper, and they call through quickly for a single, and that's all because of Maria. What she's doing, her aggressive nature, want to get on strike, want to hit the ball, and that's what is happening here. Oh, that one down the leg side, and again, there we go. That's excellent running, excellent awareness, and very good wide signal by the umpire, and a single. So we had 2 consecutive wides, but they also got additional run. So this is very good from the Trinidad and Tobago team.
Yeah, well, Ronnie, both Ayana Roberts and Maria Lafourcade, they're looking at every opportunity. And what is very important indeed is that they're not just staying home. Look at Maria. She's ready to go. She's ready to leave her crease. But Nisha Cherry tells her, slow down. Yeah.
Well, that's the aggressive nature of the batter. She wants to get on with it. This time just pushed into the covers, and there's no run. So this is all Roberts has to do here. Just stay there, get the odd single, get Maria back on strike, and once she's going, she hits the ball hard, you're gonna get run scored quickly. Oh, this is excellent here from the captain Glasgow. She realizes that they got a couple of easy runs there, and she immediately plugged that gap. Had that feeler, that feeler on the leg side coming very close.
Well, she has taken the responsibility, Ronnie. Janelia Glasgow, recognizing that they've gotten some extra runs there, she plugged that gap immediately.
Yeah, that is excellent. So it shows her awareness of the game, quickly plugging that gap.
Yeah, and good assessment from skipper Janelia Glasgow, identifying immediately that there is need for something to happen, and she has taken the responsibility. But when you look at Maria Lafourcade, she's a very intimidating presence out in the middle there.
And this is good too. She just had a little walk down to Roberts just to tell her that's okay, don't worry, that's fine. Right? Yes, you're not getting the baton to the ball, but we're still getting the singles, we're still getting the wides, so that is fine. Right? So this is good from Maria Lafourcade here. Just going down having a chat with Roberts. Just tell her calm down. There's no need. We're doing well. Just keep batting. Again down the leg side.
So the Windward Islands in the last 3 overs running, they've really been ruffled by the presence of Maria Lafourcade. They just seems to lose the plot at this stage here. They just seems to not have that confidence that they had a couple overs ago.
Well, the spinners have been taken to the cleaners here. Again, this is a better delivery on that leg stump line, and let the breeze do the rest, the wind do the rest in pushing that ball across the right hander. So that's all she needs to do. Throw it up there, throw it on that middle and off some line, and let the wicket do the rest. Let the wind do the rest. Again, trying to push it through, and you can see that every time she tries to push it through, it's down the leg side.
But also what I'm noticing, Ronnie, is that her wrist position, right? Her wrist position is going towards that fine leg position. Okay, the wrist is not straight up here. It's going away from her.
Yeah, that's just trying to push it through there. That's what's happening. Again, worked away, but again, that excellent field position. As you mentioned, by Glasgow, and it prevents any chance of a single. So at the end of 10 overs, 10 overs have been bowled. It's 46 for 3.
So excellent recovery from Trinidad and Tobago women's team here. Maria Lafourcade and Anaya Roberts, they've really taken on the Windward Islands bowlers in the last 4 overs, and it's very refreshing indeed to see that both these teams, they're counteracting, they're counter-punching each other. Skipper Janelia Glasgow, Trinidad and Tobago, they got a couple of extra runs, and immediately she assessed the situation and she plugged that gap immediately. So excellent, intelligent leadership here from Janelia Glasgow. But it's going to be a change from the KFCN. Abidi Sinjar, she's going to be coming on, and it's going to be Maria Lafourcade on strike.
Yeah, so this is going to be interesting. So we saw in the previous over Maria Lafourcade taking down Gilbert, and immediately they changed. So it's going to be interesting now, and she's going to play one way, just one way, attacking cricket. 12 from 6.
But as you know, Ronnie, that type of bowling we normally have a term for it, but we would not discuss that on air.
Well, and this is pulled away straight to the fielder, and they're going to just get one, looking for 2. A bit of misfield there by Philip, but they're only going to get 1. So again, just a bit shorter, and Maria was quickly onto that short ball.
Well, she possibly just thought to herself she missed out there, but Ronnie,
correct.
Having gotten into position very early, she could have deposited that ball into the stands here at Gilbert Park.
Well, I think that was her downfall. It was going for more power, and she ended up hitting down on it, and it went behind square. Had she just look for placement, correct, it would have gone in front of square, and that would have been either 4 or 6. This time it's worked into the onside by Roberts, but straight to the fielder at mid-wicket, and there's no run. So you can see Maria a bit frustrated at the non-strikers end, but she don't have to be worried. You still have a lot of overs. She just have to let Roberts bat. She will get into her innings eventually. This one. And again, good game awareness here from Maria Lafourcade in calling Roberts through for that single. See, the keeper was appealing, the fielder at short fine leg was appealing, and no one took notice of the ball. And Maria just immediately called Roberts through for the single.
Yeah, from the moment that ball ricocheted off the pad, Maria Lafourcade, she was streaming coming along the pitch there, calling Anaya through. So very interesting encounter building up here, but a naughty shot.
Well, was that an edge? Well, the bowler That's thought it was an edge on it from her reaction. Let's see. Well, we can't tell from this there, but
Possibly touch and go there, Ronnie.
yeah, well, the bowler thought it was an edge, and the keeper did well to get a glove onto it, to be honest. This one again, hitting it but straight to the fielder at cover. No run.
So Maria continues her vigil here for Trinidad and Tobago. And this one is driven down to that mid-off position. Excellent feeling indeed from skipper Janelia Glasgow. But very good running indeed between Anaya Roberts and Maria Lafourcade. Half volley on off stump. She caressed, she creamed that ball to that extra cover position. But lovely feeling from skipper Janelia Glasgow. That single takes the score on to 49 for 3. And I'm just wondering, Ronnie, if we've got the information in terms of the partnership between Anaya Roberts and Maria Lafourcade.
Try to get that information in a bit, but it has been a very good partnership for the Trinidad and Tobago under 19 women's team. They have been really at one point in time they were 20 out for 3.
Well, very good counter-attacking from both Maria Lafourcade in particular. She's really, make her presence felt out in the middle there by. She does, when you look at her, she's very intimidating, but the manner in which she hits the ball is even more intimidating, Ronnie.
Yes. So it's Cherry. This one is hit hard, straight down the ground. It's going to run away. It's going to slow up just about a foot inside the ropes. And they get 2, looking for a possible 3, but it's not there. But again, it's the power of Maria Lafourcade, just hitting that one straight back past the fielder at mid-off. There was a discussion in if the fielder to go back onto the boundary, but she remains inside the circle. So they are telling Maria here, if you want, hit that shot again. Beat the fielder again. Let's see how good you are. This one is down the leg side. Appeal for LBW, but I think that one was definitely going down the leg side.
Yeah, that was definitely outside the line of the leg stump. But Maria Lafourcade, she continues her presence here, and the Windward Islands, they're sticking to the guns. As you rightly said, Roddy, if you want to take it on, you go ahead. We're going to stick up by our guns.
And that 2 runs brought up the 50 for the Trinidad and Tobago under 19 women, so they are 51 for 3 now. A very good recovery here. Could they get into probably 120? That would be an excellent score. This one up in the air and down the wicket goes Maria. She slipped a bit, got down on one knee, and eventually had enough power to hit it to that fielder at that deep mid-wicket boundary. And they get through for 2 more. So you could see definitely the 30-run partnership now between the 2 of them, as you were asking for earlier, Anil.
And it has come in quick time as well, Ronnie. But we're seeing very proactive batting from Maria Lafourcade. She's not going to allow these bowlers to handle that ball that much up in the air. This one, she plays it off the back foot. She hammers it out to cover, but there's no run. So Nisha Cherry and the Windward Islands, they just seem for the first time in the tournament to be a little bit ruffled, running. So Nisha Cherry coming back extremely well here, 2 dot balls.
Well, it's Gilbert actually. Gilbert was switched ends from the northern end to the southern end and completes a very good over there, Gilbert. Second over, just conceding 4 runs. So remember that first over was very expensive, but she just conceding 2 runs in this over. So 2 overs, 16 for her. But it's a good comeback for her. They're switching ends, so captain realizing it was difficult for her from the northern end. So they're switching up a bit. You can see a bit of refreshments for the batters. They have been running a lot out there.
Yeah, and a well-deserved drink as well for the batters. Yeah, but both Anaya Roberts, she would need possibly Ronnie just to give her a bit more support. She can't leave all the heavy lifting to Maria Lafourcade. So she just needs to possibly, look at the spaces and try and help Maria in terms of the rotation of the strike. She just seems to be stuck at this time.
Yeah, I agree. She just needs to really find a gap, get that single, get Maria back on strike. Maria striking 18 from 16 deliveries. Again, this is a good length delivery. So this is good here from St. George. Just 2 runs off her first over. And it was excellent to bowl into Maria Lafourcade as well. And she was unable to hit her away. She needs to keep things tight here. Again, and she's bowled! What a delivery. That's a full length delivery, looking for that extravagant extra cover drive, and played all over that one and was cleaned up. And that's the fall of the 4th wicket. So the partnership has been broken. Again, looking to go for that extravagant drive and playing all over that one.
Well, what I noticed when she was trying to execute that extra cover drive, Ronnie, her head was up in the air and that ball was down at her toes. So not really, looking at the ball until the final moment in regards to making contact. But a very good hand indeed from Ayana Roberts, really bringing some stability to this Trinidad and Tobago scoreboard. Unfortunately for her and Trinidad and Tobago, she was not able to continue. So Trinidad and Tobago losing their 4th wicket in the 13th over. It's 53 for 4. Katie Jazz Mitchell strides out to accompany Maria Lafourcade. So Abini Sinja, just when we felt, Ronnie, that Trinidad and Tobago was getting that platform that they could have a launching pad a bit later on, in comes Abini Sinja and definitely spoiled the party there.
Yeah, definitely she did, but she continues to pick up wickets as well, and that's what she does well. She picked up 2 in the first match. Well, she didn't pick up any in the first match, but she picked up 2 in the second match. So she continues to pick wickets. Again, that's a good delivery. That one coming back into the right-handed Mitchell, but just not making any contact. Seemed to pitch outside the leg stump.
Yeah, but Ronnie, that ball, she should have been coming forward, trying to negate whatever little spin and offer, but she chose to go onto the back foot. Maybe just looking towards what the ball was doing and trying to work it into that area in square leg. But unfortunately for her, she did make contact. But Abini Sinja, she's really come back here well.
This one is outside the off stump, left alone. So Roberts stay. It was a horrid one for her, really. She struggled to really rotate the strike, get the runs going. Scoring 5 from 20 deliveries, but it's a good wicket really for the Windward Islands. This one is wide outside the off stump.
And rightfully called wide by the umpire. So Katie Jazz, not known for her batting, but but a lot will be depending on her in terms of lending support to Maria Lafourcade.
This one is pulled away. It's going to run into the boundary for 4. So, and immediately signaled by the square leg umpire, no ball. So it was above the waist, again going up in the air, very high over the waist, pulled away nicely by Mitchell, Katie Jazz Mitchell, and she picks up 4, no ball signal, and she gets a free hit now.
Well, 5 added to the score, and you have the bonus of a free hit. So she has the ability and the license now running to possibly add to the present score.
Well, she definitely would like to. At the moment, it's 59 for 4. They would want to add a lot more to that. And let's see what she's going to do. This one again, just short of a length. Trying to go for more power there. And just closing the face of the bat and hitting it into the pitch. and it goes straight to the field at mid-wicket.
Yeah, trying to overhit the ball there, not getting the timing there or the connection, and that ball goes out to that mid-wicket position. And maybe, just maybe, she should just consider that.
This one is down the leg side, wide signal by the umpire, not taken cleanly by the keeper, but it didn't go far from her, and they were unable to get that extra run.
And I'm asking myself, Ronnie, how many Janelia Glasgow there is on the field, because she just seems to be everywhere.
She's in the high traffic areas. Oh, that's an excellent delivery. Playing on the back foot there was Mitchell, and that one just turning away from her. And just beating the outside edge. Well taken by the keeper. At the end of 13, it's a 60 for 4.
Yeah, so excellent partnership between Ayana Roberts, and Maria Lafourcade. Possibly 33 runs in that partnership, Ronnie. Really doing that rebuilding job. Unfortunately for Ayana, she wasn't able to continue that great work that they were doing. But Abini Senjora, she had other ideas, and immediately she rocked the off pole off the ground of Ayana Roberts and bringing Windwards right back into this contest.
And it's Gilbert. And this one is hit straight over the head of that mid-on fielder into the boundary for 4. So again, a full toss, and then you can see the signal from the umpire. He gives you a very nice signal there. We saw it initially at UE spec ground, but
well, I tell you what, Roddy, I don't want to use the term, but it's like love me or leave me. Those deliveries, they're so friendly that that Maria Lafourcade, she's not going to allow the likes of and it's Amaya Gilbert making a return here from the Sugar House end.
Well, again, it's a full toss, and this one, it's a good length delivery, and it's just pushed into the mid-wicket there for a no run. So again, it's a full toss, and Maria Lafourcade took full advantage. And all she had to do, she didn't try to hit it too hard, just had to hit it over that fielder at that mid-on position, and it's an easy boundary. Again, down the wicket. This time the fielder is there. She overruns it, and it bounces just inside the circle and goes for 4. So that's a bit of misjudgment there from the fielder. She was put out there for that same shot, but she ran in quickly, misjudged it, and it went over her head for 4.
But Ronnie, one has to really try and assess what took place there a moment ago. She was neither in or out. Okay, if she's going to be hugging the boundary, she's got to be on the line. She can't be three-quarter. And Maria Lafourcade, compliments to her, she did have the connection just to go over the head of the long-on fielder. But to me, that's an opportunity missed.
Yeah, definitely. Again, this one is on the offside. It's going to bounce. 1-2. No, it's not going to go. Well, that should have been 2 runs there. Maria should have been looking for 2, because she has to take the majority of the strike here. But just turned down the second. But excellent fielding there as well to prevent that second run.
So 9 runs coming from this over thus far from Amaya Gilbert. Really.
This one is hit straight to the fielder at short extra cover, and there's no run.
Excellent fielding indeed there from this Windward Islands team. Had they not fielded as well as they did, this score could have really gone away from them.
But appeal for LBW, but to me it looked like it pitched the outside that leg stump.
But I'm a little bit worried in the sense that Katie Judge, she just seems to be favoring to want to play across the line running when she could just be coming forward and using the wrist at the last moment and playing it out onto the onside. She just seems to be playing a bit too much across the line of the delivery. But at this stage, we're going to have a break, Ronnie. The score after 14 overs, 69 for 4. Trinidad and Tobago still not out of the woods that we would say. Still a lot of work to do. Halfway stage in this game. What's your thoughts, Ronnie, before we go for the break?
Yeah, well, they need to bat well, and maybe they could get to 120, 130. That would be an excellent score, but it would depend a lot on Maria Lafourcade here and what she can do, how long she could stay at the crease. If she could stay till the end, then it would be excellent for them. So at the 14 mark at the break, it's 69 for 4. We'll take a break and we'll be back in a few minutes. Yes, we're back here after that little drinks break, little refreshments for the players. See the umpire just signaling to the scorers. We're all set and ready. It's going to be Maria Lafourcade. She's going to be at the striker's end. The bowler, it is going to be Saint-Jean. She's going to continue the attack from the northern end. Bowled really well. 2 overs, 1 for 9. Was a bit expensive in the last over, but she has really bowled a very good first over. So let's see how Maria Lafourcade, how she's going to continue with this inning. She's going to be very aggressive. Yes, she chips down the wicket and pulls this one through mid-wicket. There's that fielder at deep mid-wicket boundary, and they're going to get just a single. So the score moves on to 17 now. Interesting position here for the Trinidad and Tobago under 19 women, losing 4 wickets. They will need to get up to, I believe, 120, 130 to really challenge this Windward batting lineup, who has done really well thus far. So good delivery outside off stump. So we could see Katie Charles Mitchell here is having some problem with those deliveries outside that off stump. Just moving away from her, and it's causing her some problems. She's unable to really stand on that back foot and punch it through cover or just cut it back with a square. She goes for that full length delivery and she looks for that sweep, but it seemed to be heading down the leg side as usual. And this is she has to be very careful here. Is Katie Jazz Mitchell of those shots. Left outside the off stump, and that is better. Just leave it there. If it's giving you problem, just leave it there, or try to just push it into the offside and just get a single for Maria too, who's really batting it well at the other end. This one is played away nicely, and it's going to get 1. They're going to look for 2, and they're going to get 2 quite easily in the end. So again, a shorter length delivery. So when it's a bit shorter on that leg some line, she plays it nicely onto the onside. But when it's fuller outside that off stump, that's where she has problems. So the bowlers have to be aware of that and probably look to target that area outside the off stump where it's difficult for her. So at the end of it's 15 overs, it's 72 for 4. A good over there from St. John again. So she's bowling really nicely here. And it's going to be another change in bowling. Looks like Philip, is it? It's Alexander. So Alexander is going to take up the attack from the southern end. We saw Maria Lafourcade taking advantage of Gilbert in that previous over, hitting up for 2 fours. And there was a chance as well, not taken in the deep. But it's going to be Alexander. Oh, Lord, what a shot there from Maria Lafourcade. One-handed, hitting that one into the onside, and she goes for 2. That's excellent. Firstly, what a shot. Just down the leg side and just swinging her hand. One-handed shot, really. If we could see it on the replay here. Just one-handed, just throwing a bat at that, really. Look at it, just one-handed, just throwing the bat at it. Making excellent contact. Hitting it just behind square, and she picks up 2 runs. So she's really entertaining the crowd here. Massive crowd here at Gilbert Park to support the Trinidad and Tobago under 19. And this time she pushes nicely to extra cover. So you can hear the support from the crowd. A huge support here for the Trinidad and Tobago under 19 team. A packed pavilion here to support them. And they are giving every ounce of support. And Maria is using it wisely here. This time again looking for that similar shot. But appeal for LBW. This time it looks like it hit her in the inner part of her ankle. Did it? Yes, she's kind of just shaking up that ankle a bit. So she tried to repeat the shot but not making any contact. But it did look like it hit her ankle. Let's see on the replay. Trying to repeat the shot. Oh yeah, just hitting her in the ankle. Again trying to repeat the shot, but not making contact. Let's see what the umpire signal. Leg bite, so she didn't make contact again. The umpire just hopping around and giving a signal. So I think, yes, it worked for her in the very first instant, but she has to be careful of that. Because if you don't make proper contact, you bring the LBW even bowled around her legs into play. But Alexander is doing well here. Oh, that's an excellent delivery again, but played well by Mitchell. And there's no run. So there's 2 runs coming off the over thus far from Alexander, who's bowling an excellent over. You have to give her full credit here. Oh, that's a lovely and appeal for LBW and given. Well. She immediately looked at the umpire and just started to celebrate. And it looked, she really was beaten there for pace. Let's have a look. Yeah, pitch in line. Yeah, oh, well. Looking to turn that one into the onside and playing across the line and paid the price. And Mitchell has to go LBW to Alexander.
Yeah, so Katie Mitchell paying the price there for playing across the line of flight there. She should have just tried out there and presented a proper forward defense, and she would have been out there batting. Unfortunately for Katie, playing across the line, but Trinidad and Tobago losing their 5th wicket in the 16th over. Nisha Alexander coming back, returning for her 2nd spell, and immediately getting rid of Katie Jazz running.
Yeah, that's a first over actually, and picking up that wicket. and just conceding 2 runs.
But I'm
So-
just looking at Maria Lafoucault, and she just seems to be struggling with the deliveries, Ronnie. I could be wrong, but she just seems to be struggling with the deliveries when it's pitched on leg stump. She's tending to more fend it rather than play it.
I agree with you, and it's this time she's looking to hit. It was down the leg side.
Was she trying to
Well-
hit that into the pot in point
Well-
in deco?
Was it down the leg side, or she got across the stump so much that it passed, looked like it passed between her and the wicket?
Well, the umpire didn't signal a wide.
So she has to be careful here. She can't give it away now. She's batting down the wicket, and then she stumped. Well. We were just talking about her not giving it away, and she looked to go down the wicket, stumped by the keeper, ball St. John actually, and she goes for 30 from 26. A well played 30, but give it away.
So having done all the hard work, Maria Lafoucault, all she was required to do was just keep going. There doesn't need at this stage now having giving herself an opportunity to get set out in the middle. But it's going to be Kassar.
Kassar was out there. Kassar came out when Mitchell got out. So it's
No, our apology. It's not Kassar.
it's Harry Chan.
Brianna or Harry Charan.
Yes. So it's 2 new batters out there now. This is exactly what the Windward Islands would have wanted. 2 new batter, the set batter in Maria Lafoucault gone, looking to go down the wicket, but again, this time it's cut away straight to the fielder. So again, St. John here picking up wickets.
But you know something, Ronnie? What is very dangerous to Trinidad and Tobago at this stage? They've lost 2 wickets in successive overs, and you really don't want to be losing wickets in clatters.
Yeah, that's one. This one is down the leg side. Wide signal by the umpire. So they have to be very careful here. They could be bowled out now. That's what they have to be wary of. It's already 6 wickets, and the set batters, the top order, 6 top order batters have been dismissed. That's the problem. Wide again, signal by the umpire.
But I'm sure skipper Janelia Glasgow, she would possibly be thinking to herself, maybe I need to return, and try and, get some more wickets here. 4 wickets remaining in the shed. Skipper Janelia Glasgow, she has the ability to wipe this tail off Ronnie as well.
Yeah, again, it's at the edge. No. So they were asking for a caught behind, but it looked like it came off the keeper's glove. Let's see, and the slip fielder did well.
No, it came off the edge of the bat.
Oh, just bounced in front of the slip fielder. It dropped just in front of the slip fielder. So another outside edge. Living dangerously here is Harry Charan. Down the leg side, wide signal by the umpire. So they are giving it away. We mentioned the wides that they have. The first game they gave away 16 wides, and that was in 13 overs. And in the second match they gave away 14, which was better. And here already, I'm sure the extras have been down the wicket, looking to sweep that one. Not making any contact. But had the keeper guarded that one, it would have been out. She would have been stumped because she was out of her crease. So she has to be careful if she's going down the wicket to make sure and make contact.
Yeah, Brianna Haricharan looking at C out in the middle there. Doesn't have a clue what's going on.
This one outside the off stump, left alone. A very long over. There's 4 wides in the over already. Started off really good, the first 3 deliveries. No runs on the wicket, but then it's 4 wides.
So I'm sure they've already possibly gotten to about 15 to 20 extras in this innings already.
Well, it's another one and missed by the keeper. They're going to get an extra run here as well. Looking for 2. Not on. Good work from the slip fielder in running around to prevent any chance of seconds. At the end of 17 overs. Well, it's Yes, it was a wide, so it's not the end of the over. My apologies. So it was a wide, so it's 81 for 6. Still have a delivery to go in the 17th.
But what's interesting from the Windward Lions skipper, Janelia Glasgow, she's brought herself into that slip position. So she's still looking for wickets here running.
Well, yeah, I mean, the position they are in, you should be looking for wickets. You should be looking to bowl the TNT woman out for less than 100 if possible.
Nicely flighted delivery there from St. John. It's played out to mid-off, just no run. So at the end of over number 17, 81 for 6. And at this stage, Trinidad and Tobago possibly just losing 2 wickets too much at this stage running.
2 wickets too much, you say?
Yeah, but at this stage, at 81, they possibly would have wanted to be maybe 81 for 4, but not 6 wickets. Just felt that they've lost 2 wickets too much at this stage of the innings.
Yeah, definitely. And
remember, we just passed the halfway stage running.
Yeah.
There's only 17 overs into the game, into the innings, and we have 2 new batters out there.
Yeah, still have 11 overs to go in the match, which is plenty. And that's the 11. If you could get probably 40, 50 runs again, that would be excellent. But as you said, it's 2 new batters who haven't gotten off the mark as yet. And it's going to be Alexander continue. She had a very good first over, picking up a wicket and also just conceding 2 runs.
So Brianna Haricharan just seems to like the ball coming onto the bat here. She's more at home with the medium pacers.
Oh yes, that's an excellent shot. Nicely driven by her. Nicely getting the front foot to the pitch of delivery, but needs to find the gap, needs to rotate the strike a bit. I think that's what they need to do at this stage. Try to push the ball in the gap, get some singles, 2-3 runs and over, and build from there. Down the leg side, wide signal by the umpire.
But I'd love to see the skipper come back for over here now, Ronnie, with 2 new batters out in the middle there. Just try and come back for over and continue, try and chip away at the wickets. Maybe just for over, so the skipper should return.
Oh, that's an excellent delivery. That one moving away from the right-handed Haricharan and not making any contact.
So Nisha Alexander doing a tremendous job for her skipper, Janelia Glasgow. That ball just pitched and off stump, shaped away past the outside edge. Oh, and this one is driven out to extra cover, and there is no run. So Nisha Alexander is definitely coming to the bowling attack here and is making a difference. She's keeping both Brianna and Kasa very quiet indeed.
Well, that is what. Oh, that one looking to work it down the leg side, and LBW given. Well, they're running through for the single, but the umpire raises his finger. That's umpire Colin. Is it Colin Bryan? Raising his finger to signal that's the end of your innings, Miss Haricharan.
Well, again, Brianna, like some of the other batters, are guilty of playing across the line running. They just need to step forward and play the ball under their eyes. But unfortunately, seeing that ball is possibly going down the leg side, the umpire raising his hand there, signaling you have to return to the sheds, young lady. So Haricharan going without scoring, not troubling the scorers here at Gilbert Park.
Yeah, that's you rightly said, you call it, and we saw that with Mitchell earlier on as well. We saw it a bit with Maria Lafourcade trying to play across the line to those straight delivery. And remember, we said from the wind is blowing from left to right, so the ball is coming back, well, going across the right hand as such. So all she has to do is pitch that ball mid on leg, and once you miss, it's going to be definitely LBW.
But Ronnie, take nothing away from Nisha Alexander. She's come into the bowling attack, and from the moment she had a go, she has made an immediate impact.
Well, she has picked up 2 wickets thus far, just for 3 runs. So what an impact. You can see she's hopping and skipping away. Oh, and that one seems to be a wide, signaled by umpire Colin.
So I'm sure the extras possibly now anyway into maybe 20 extras now in the innings. Maybe we could possibly get that information for you as soon as possible. But the Windward Islands not helping themselves here. They're giving away a lot of extra runs.
Yeah, definitely.
And some excellent feeling there at that short third man position.
And we keep mentioning the fielding have been excellent from this outfit, this Windward Islands outfit. At the end of 18, it's 83 for 7.
So Trinidad and Tobago definitely in a spot of bother here, running, losing 7 top order batters here now. And really and truly, the Windward Islands, they would fancy themselves. And just as I had predicted, skipper Janelia Glasgow, she's going to give herself a go here. She's smelling blood at this stage, running.
No, but that is excellent. Excellent cricket. She has bowled really well. And I just want to wrap this up. You don't want this tail enders or the lower order to really take the game away from them or take it too long. You're already in a very good position, 83 for 7. You need to finish it off.
And here she comes from the KFC end. Kasa plays this one off the back for down to middle off. There's no run.
Well, I have some information that you asked for, Anil. The extras count so far is 25.
Well, I must admit that's very alarming indeed, because 25 in a total of 83 is quite a bit.
With 21 wides and 2 no balls. This one is guided away. Excellent work by the fielder at that short third man position, and they're gonna get an easy single.
So Kasa is off the mark.
Yes.
So Kira Manpole comes on strike. So Trinidad and Tobago does bat deep. Manpole does have a reputation of being a batter of some sort.
Yes, so extras have been climbing here.
Yeah, so you take 25 out of this total running.
Well, it's actually 28. It not reset, it's actually 28. And again, down the leg side, is it? Let's wait on the umpire.
I think it's going to be a leg by.
Wide signal by the umpire. So your eyes are deceiving you, Anil. It's a wide again. So
Well,
the count keeps going up now.
Yeah, and at this juncture of the innings run, you really want to be clinical in terms of your execution. You don't want to be gifting the opposition extra runs to their total, because at the end of the day, a runs on the total is runs on the board. So they will want to really try as much as possible and be as clinical at this back end of the innings.
Yeah, definitely you want to be as clinical as possible, but it's very difficult for the batters at the moment in terms of trying to get anything going here. The bowling have been excellent. You can't take any away from the bowlers except for the extras.
Well, like I say, they're gifting the opposition here, you know, some freebies, as we would refer to it. Oh, and this one just leaves Kasa at the back end, tailing away. Lovely delivery there from Janelia Glasgow, skipper Janelia Glasgow. She's into her 5th over, so she wants to make another breakthrough here. And I'm just predicting that she's just going to go for the 1 over here now, Ronnie, and possibly try and come back a little bit later on.
Well, oh, that's an excellent delivery. An appeal. Not what says the umpire. That's an excellent delivery.
Well, it's very interesting indeed, Ronnie.
It looked like it missed everything. Let's see. It came off the ground. I think it's a bomb ball. I think she's safe there. That's an excellent decision by umpire Carolyn Brown.
But had she not made contact there, Ronnie, that would have gone into the wicket.
Well, she did. This is excellent bowling here from the skipper Glasgow.
But I think also, Ronnie, it's intelligent batting from the likes of Kasa, because of the fact that skipper Janelia Glasgow, has completed 5 overs. She's only got one over in her location. And if this pair now of Manpol and Kasa could build some build a partnership of some substance, it could really push Trinidad and Tobago in a very good position.
And there you saw some little worried faces from the fans of the Trinidad and Tobago on the 19 women's team. At one moment ago when Maria Lafourcade was going, they were all jumping up and celebrating. Now they are a bit worried in terms of if their team is going to be bowled out. You can see some of them still enjoying themselves. And why won't they? It's good to see these girls out there enjoying themselves.
Well, I tell you what, Ronnie, I was just looking to my right, and there's an array of cuisines on offer. I'm hoping that I'll be able to get here at some stage.
Well, I was not going to see, and I hope we could partake in that, those cuisines.
Oh, well, I tell you, Shalini Samaru, grandmother, she does pack a punch when it comes to cooking, so I'll be visiting her.
This one is hit straight to the fielder. They dropped just short of the fielder. Chance for a run out, but the batters get in. So a lot happening in this ball. Let's describe it. Let's see. First, it was hit nicely, just short of the fielder. The fielder did excellent to get it initially, and then a chance for a run out. But the batter did well in the end to get into her ground, into her crease, and they get to scamper for a single.
But what was important here, Ronnie, was the fact that both batters did not hesitate to come through for the run. From the moment the run was scored, they were through. Had there been any hesitation, there could have been some confusion there.
And to back up that point, we saw that early on. Good run in between all the batters thus far. No hesitation at all. Oh, that's an excellent delivery. Yorker length delivery there. Looking for the stumps.
Look, it's a direct hit as well. So these Windward Islands team, they're smelling blood here at this stage. 87 for 7. Trinidad and Tobago, they are on the spot of border, but they have the likes of Kassar and Manpol out in the middle. A lot is going to be dependent, and there is still 63 balls. No, my apology. 51 balls available in this innings.
Full length, pulled away, but hit straight down the ground. Looking to play across the line. Didn't get the contact that she was looking for. It went straight past the bowler, and they get through for a single. So this is good here. The singles are coming. Yes, 2-3 runs and over and build a partnership. That is what is needed now. Build a partnership and take it to the end.
Well, if they were to go, let's say, at 3 runs and over, Ronnie, they would get to that 125 mark, which I think is going to be more than enough in this game. But take nothing away, the Windward Islands, they're playing flawless cricket, right? They're playing for a day, and I'm sure whatever score the TNT team would amass, they would fancy themselves with their skipper, Janelia Glasgow, having a wonderful tournament. But this is a wild swipe from Kanika. From Manpol there.
Well, at the end of 20 overs have been bowled. Yes, you're seeing right. It's TNT on the 19 female. They are 88 for 7 in a spot of border here. 2 new batters, Manpol on 1 and Kassa on 2. But as you mentioned, we seen Glasgow is down here. This is really didn't see what happened, but she's down. She's in a bit of pain. You could see her that she's really in some pain there. I'm not sure what had happened, but it is not a good sight. She has been doing excellent. Let's see if we can see it on the replay here. What happened? Well,
there's nothing that we could really try and reflect on back there. But the physio is out. The physio is doing an assessment. It just seems to be her back there, Ronnie. Maybe just jar her back there a bit. She's down at the moment, but
no, she seems to be holding her hand. So I don't know if when the keeper threw the ball back to her, if it probably her hand jarred in the ground or it probably hit her finger or something. But it seemed to be her finger. You can see the physio here. They're still pulling the fingers, and she seems to be in a lot of pain.
She is in extreme pain indeed.
That's not a good sight, really. You don't want to see that, especially from a player of her caliber and what she's doing thus far for her team.
Well, more important, when you look at what this tournament presents, Ronnie, it gives all the young aspiring cricketers around the region the opportunity to come and showcase their talent. And the last thing you would really want to witness is someone with the talent of Janelia Joseph, really, Glasgow, my apology, having to leave the field via being through injury, but she's slowly getting back up. I'm sure she's a tough cookie.
She looks a top cookie. It's a right hand. It's a bowling hand, actually. And, well, we saw the magic spray being applied.
Well, it is indeed the magic spray, really, because it does really, assist in numerous ways in terms of when we have that kind of, injury on the field of play.
St. Jean, she's going to take up the attack from the northern end. So it was just, you were right, it's just one over from Glasgow. And maybe this change could be forced because of a hand injury.
Or maybe one of a technical, more of a, one of a nature that she just wanted to come back, try and pry out another wicket and give herself the option of having one more over at the back end of the innings.
8 more overs to go. This one is down the leg side, wide signal by the umpire, and they get through for an extra as well. So the wide count keeps going up at the moment. I'm sure it's past 30 at the moment. Well, it's 32. So the extras is 32. It's 28 wide.
Well, actually, it has overtaken Maria Lafourcade's score of 30.
Yeah, that's 30 extra runs, and that's 28 extra deliveries. That's the thing. It's 28. Well, 2 no balls, so that's 30 extra deliveries. And that's a problem here, and that's where they have to be aware of.
Yeah,
so
and the fact, and just endorsing what you're saying, Ronnie, when you bowl wide, you've got to reload them. Had they been there, we've almost been through this innings at this stage.
Yeah, that's 5 extra overs that you've been bowled. So it's really, this one is a good shot. It's going to go 1-2 bonks into the fence for 4. So excellent by Manpaul there. Full delivery on that leg stump line. All she had to do was get some bat onto it behind square. Picked it up nicely, got enough bat onto it, and she picks up 4 runs. So the score moves on to 90 for 7 now, Anil.
So Manpour just telling Sajra, thank you very much. It's a leg stump full toss, and all she had to do was to make contact, and she did that really well indeed. So the score moves up by 4. It's 94 for 7, and we are in over number 21.
Yes, so immediately we see a change in field. Phillips, she has moved a bit wider just for that particular shot, and just inside about 10 meters inside the boundary rope. So let's see what adjustment. Again, looking to go down the wicket there, Manpaul, but another wide signal by umpire Carolyn Brown.
So the Windward Islands, Ronnie, I must admit, has been very indisciplined indeed when it comes to executing, keeping the extras out of the books.
Yeah, they've given the umpires a lot of work to do. Again, down the wicket, and well, sort of slog sweep that one, but lucky for her, she hit it square of the wicket on the ground and able to pick up a single. So this is good. A boundary, a wide rotation of the strike. That's what, 7 runs of the over thus far.
Yeah, and a welcome 7 runs indeed. So it takes the score to 96 for 7. So Trinidad and Tobago approaching the 100 mark, that magical figure of 100. But they will want to get a lot more here, Ronnie.
Definitely, because we saw what the batting lineup of the Windward Islands can do. This one is short, pulled away straight to the field and dropped. Well. The first blemish. Oh, and there's a collision. This is not good. We can see the bowler, St. John, is down. She's getting up.
Well, both of them, the tough young ladies, but I tell you what, they just crash into each other there.
Well, here's a shot straight to the fielder, in and out. Then there's a chance for a run out, and let's see what happened. They just ran into each other. Well, both of them looking at the ball, none of them looking at each other, and they just ran into each other.
So, so a comedy of errors there, Ronnie. But had that catch been taken, Ronnie, yeah, things could have been different. But luckily for Trinidad and Tobago, they prosper by one, so it's now 97 for 7, and it's going to be Manpole to take strike from Abdi St. John.
Yes, well, Casa, they're getting a chance, a life. Again, down the wicket is Manpole, but not making any contact. It comes off the pads, and there's no run. So first blemish on the field there for the Windward Islands, Anil.
Yeah, I mean, they've been very, very good indeed. This Windward Islands cricket women's team, they've been exceptional where their fielding is concerned.
Well, just standing there and kicking the ball away as Manpole, not allowing that ball to get anywhere close to her stumps. She just stood there, threw the bat at it, it cannoned onto her pads, and she then kicked it away to the square, to the offside. So just ensuring that ball don't get anywhere onto her stumps. So
but it's the right thing to do. If at any point in time, as a batter, you believe that that ball could be threatening your stumps, you're all within your remit to kick it away. But over number 21 has been concluded in the books. 97 for 7. Trinidad and Tobago losing the toss and being inserted to bat. Kasa and Manpole, they are staging a mini recovery here for Trinidad and Tobago. 7 overs are still remaining in the innings.
Alexander continues from the southern end. See the towel just dropping while she was running up to deliver that ball. But
well, I was just watching that, Ronnie, and had that towel inflicted the bails of the stumps, it would be interesting to see what that call would have been.
Yes, this one is hit straight back to the bowler. Bit of misfield, but they get through for an easy single. So this pair here of Kasa and Manpole not allowing the bowlers to settle to bowl to them. They are trying to rotate the strike. They're trying to manufacture some shots. They're trying to put the bowlers off.
But I tell you what, Kasa has shown, during practice sessions that she does have the ability, to bat properly, and she's showing that application out in the middle here. Manpole is no mug with the bat as well. So a lot still is expected from this batting pair out in the middle for Trinidad and Tobago. But another wide here, Ronnie, and it's now becoming ridiculous.
Well, I totally agree with you. It
is of alarming proportions, the amount of extras that has been given to the opposition here.
Yeah, we mentioned it. They bowled 16 wides in the first match, 14 in the second. But it's 30 now, 30 wides.
And we still have 6.4 overs still to conclude this innings, Ronnie.
Well, they have already bowled that 6 overs.
And beyond.
So, that's an excellent comeback there from Alexander, looking for that Yorker. And
but Manpole just seems, Ronnie, that she wants to hit everything onto the onside, and it's looking at it from out here. It does look ungamely indeed.
Well, it's effective at the moment for the Trinidad and Tobago team. So you can see she has 2 modes here. It's either she chips down the wicket and look to hit it on the onside, or just stands there and look to guide the ball on the offside.
Well, we wouldn't take nothing away from Manpole. That's possibly her strengths.
Yeah.
So she's just trying to execute where her strengths are.
Again, there you can see the standing there looking to work that ball on the onside. So it's just 2 modes of batting for her at the moment. But it's effective. That's the thing.
But Nisha Alexander, she's doing the right thing. She's just maintaining that line just outside the line of the off stump. You could do what you want. I am going to hug my line just around that corridor of uncertainty. And this one is played out to mid-wicket.
Yeah, this time it was a bit on the leg stump, so she looked to work that one. Again, looking to play across the line, as you mentioned earlier, Anil.
But this, in this case, it wasn't so agricultural. It was more orthodox than agricultural.
And well, it was more down the leg side,
Side.
so it was an easier shot to play. At the end of 22 overs, it's 100, so the 100 is up, 100 for 7. 6 overs remaining here in this innings.
Well, the projected score now running 127. But if Trinidad and Tobago were to get to that 125, 130 mark, I'm sure they're going to back themselves there big time.
Well, that would be an excellent score considering the point they were 22 for 3 with the 3 top order back in the shed. And
But take nothing away from Maria Lafourcade. She played a gem of an innings. She was really the enforcer at that stage. She was really going guns, taking on the bowlers, and what a wonderful sight indeed to see the likes of Maria Lafourcade really showcasing her talent here.
well, it's Sherry. She's into the attack from the northern end. She has bowler first over was a bit expensive considering 8 runs. She bowled from the southern end, but she switched around now to the northern end. Let's see how she's going to operate.
So skipper Junelia Glasgow, she's ringing the changes.
This one is in the air. The fielder runs around just short of her, and they get through for eventually they get through for a single. So
Well-
a top edge there. But the fielder at that square leg was just short by the umpire. Tried to get around, but it was just short.
Well, that ball falling, as we say in commentary, in no man's land running. So Casa benefiting there from a top edge that could have gone anywhere.
Well, it's going to be the aggressive man, Paul. Let's see what she's going to do. She stood her ground this time. So the next delivery, maybe she's going to step out.
Well, she did play that ball in the approved fashion, so we got to give her some credit there. Is Man Paul.
Well, she looked to step out there this time, Anil, but it was wide outside the off stump, and she just hobbled back into her ground.
Well, I'm going to give her some credit here, Ronnie. She did try to do something different, and that possibly just threw off Nisha Cherry a bit there with her bowling.
This time it's hit in the air, just short of that fielder at the deep mid wicket, and they get through for another single. Another full toss, Anil.
Another full toss. This one is carted down into the deep mid wicket region. She gets a single. So Trinidad and Tobago prospering 103 for 7 over number 23 in progress. So Nisha Cherry from the KFC end, or the northern end as we call it here at Gilbert Park.
So it's again chipping down the wicket. There was Casa, but and that's smart batting. She wasn't there to the pitch of the ball to hit, but she did get the bat and push it into the offside and ensure it doesn't pass her.
Yeah, nice flowing off drive there from Kassar.
This one, she's back cutting it, and they're gonna get through for a single. It's gonna be tight, and is it? Not out, says the umpire.
So Manpole was off and running off. She was quick off her blocks there, and that ball was hit straight to skipper Janelia Glasgow. Any other runner there running, it would have been very interesting indeed.
Yeah, but as you mentioned before, the positive running, as they call the run, and you could see it here, immediately they were off. As they were going, yes, they were off. Good piece of fielding, excellent throw. Look at that. Oh, it was missed by the keeper. Well, it hit the finger. You could see her just shaking the finger.
But had she affected the bails there properly, had she holding the ball there, she would have been short because the bat was hugging on the line and not inside the line.
Well, to initial looks of it, I thought she was short, but I didn't realize from that replay we saw that the keeper didn't collect the ball cleanly.
But excellent work from our producer here.
Well, it's Gilbert. Gilbert is back into the attack. Her 3 overs costing 25 runs, so she was a bit expensive. So she has to be very aware of that and try to keep the runs down here. But she's bowling to the more lower order, so it could be effective for her.
Well, the thing about it is Trinidad and Tobago wouldn't mind the likes of Amaya Gilbert coming on at this stage because they possibly believe that they could really cash in at the back end here now if she doesn't get it right.
Well, well, she does get it right on this occasion. Remember, it was Maria who really took her down, hit her for a 6 and a 4, and that really took her out the attack.
Yeah,
But
the ball was traveling to all parts here at the Gilbert Park ground here, right in Coover.
this time it's hit straight over the head of the fielder at long off. One bounce into the fence, 4 runs.
But again, Ronnie, I could never understand it. You can't save a single, but yet still you are 5 meters off the rope. What does it say?
Well.
But I
It's
mean, for
just,
Trinidad and Tobago, they profited from 4 runs. But in the general scheme of things, you're either going to be on the boundary or you're going to be inside saving a single. That in between field, more often than not, is going to hurt you.
well, she's down the wicket again, but this time it was a fuller length delivery, and she was able just to jab the bat down on it in time, and they just get no run. Sorry. So again, you are completely right. That's the second time that happened. Down the wicket, appeal for LBW, not out, and there's a chance for a run out as well. And no, both batters are safe in their crease, and it's no run.
So Casa taking her eyes off the ball there, seeing this ball, knowing that she could dispatch it, but taking her eyes off at the critical moment on the point of contact, and really felt that she missed out there, Ronnie.
Yeah, definitely. The key to it, she's sitting straight down the ground. That's the key to it. She's not trying to play across the line. Again, just pushing that one. Excellent button here from Casa. Just pushing that one into the offside, and there's no run. But she got the boundary early in the over, so this is good. But it's a good comeback here. And down the wicket again. This time swinging across the line, and getting the inside edge through that mid-wicket region, and she picks up another single at the end of 24. Anil, it's 109 for 7.
Yeah, 109 for 7 really doesn't tell a true picture of how well the Windward Islands have bowled Ronnie. What they've let themselves down with really is over 35 extras in the piece here. Has not really helped their cause. They've really let themselves down in terms of their execution, but in terms of their overall cricket, they have been excellent.
Yeah, I totally agree with you. The bowling has been really good thus far. Yes, they have bowled a lot of wides, but the fielding have been excellent apart from that one drop catch.
Well, this game thus far, Ronnie, has really been a seesaw if you were to ask me. The Windward Islands getting 3 wickets early in the piece. They put the skids on the Trinidad batters. We had a wonderful partnership between Ayana Roberts and Maria Lafourcade, clawing back Trinidad into the game. And then recently, they losing a clutter of wickets and allowing the Windwards back into the contest again.
Yeah, a partnership of around 30 runs. They got them back into a chance. Oh, there's another misfield, and they get through for an easy single. Had she collect that, well, I guess Manpole would have been struggling a bit there.
She definitely would have been struggling, but very important in the context of this match. The pitch just seems to be getting better and better as the day progressed.
Generally, once it gets a bit of sun, the sun beats down on it, it will dry out, it'll flatten out a bit, and it will get better for batting.
Well, I'll be excited to see what rule has been used midway between the game.
This time she's down the wicket again, but just hitting this one straight to that fielder at mid-on.
But as you say, she's got 2 shots. The one that she tries to play down to mid-wicket, and then the one that she'll try and attempt to get down at.
Yes, it's working for her. It's very effective. This time, there's a chance of a stomping there, but they get through for a single. So the keeper again just missed an opportunity for a stomping there. That's Manpole was down the wicket and had no chance at all.
Well, she played one to mid-wicket, and then we could have predicted what was going to follow.
Fontaine down the wicket again, straight back, hits the stumps, ricochets. They're gonna get 1, and that's all it's gonna be.
So excellent batting from Kassar there, full pitch delivery. And did she throw the kitchen sink at that? Before the bowler could react, that ball ricocheted onto the stumps, and it almost reached down to that long off position. But for Trinidad and Tobago, that single takes the score to 113 for 7.
Yeah, a lot more of this is required. Down the wicket again, hit through the mid wicket, and they're going to get 1. They're definitely going to get 2. Going to come back for 3. No, that's excellent. Excellent fielding.
It's not excellent running because Casa did drop short.
One short. Well, the umpire at square leg signals 1 short. Well, it's all happening. Yeah, you can see the standing umpire now gives the signal. It's 1 short.
And she did touch down. If we look at the replay again, you would have seen that she did touch down before crossing the line.
Well, again, down the wicket. Played into the onside, just backward of square. And they're going to get through for an easy single.
So we're just going to have a look at the replay here, Ronnie. Jason is just going to provide us with that information just to verify the umpire's call.
Well, after 25 overs, it's 115 for 7. This partnership here is really doing well. I think it's around 25 or so at the moment, probably more, but it is doing an excellent job. Both of them actually are doing an excellent job. Let's see, and it's back. Well, from that we couldn't see where she touched down, but the umpire is in the best position, and that's umpire Colin Bryan. He signals 1 short.
So could that be a telling run in the context of this game, Ronnie?
Well, we'll know at the end of the match how telling it will be, but at the moment they are 1 short in terms of it should have been 116, but it's 115 for 7.
So 18 deliveries still allocated to the Trinidad and Tobago team. If they were to go out and run a ball, they would get to 133 running, and that is going to be a very imposing total indeed. But we just have to wait and see how it goes.
Well, and this one is hit in the air, out to deep mid wicket. They're going to get a single, and that's all it's going to be. So it's just trying to get confirmation on the bowler. It's Gilbert. Yes, it's going to be Gilbert who's going to continue.
So Gilbert coming in for some tap in this game here, having excellent figures in the last game of 4 for 9.
Yes, 4 for 9.
And she's gone wicketless here in her 5th over, 31 conceded thus far.
Yes. So, and she also... Well, this is an easy run. It's a misfield. They're going to get a second. Well, they're going to look for the third. And it's a no ball. No ball signal by the square leg umpire as well.
So the wheels really coming off here for the Windward Islands at this stage here now. They're really falling apart here in the back end. Giving away some needless runs indeed.
Well, you could see the fielders as well. They are really flat-footed at the moment. Hands on hips. You did seen that they're being active as you saw them before. You're not seeing them supporting the bowlers. So they're being put under a lot of pressure here.
Well, this partnership has definitely has taken the wind off the Windward Islands team.
And this one is pulled away through mid-wicket again. It's just going to be 1.
So Casa doing the right thing here, getting the rotation of the strike, trying to put away the bad deliveries.
Yes, she's 16 from 26. Started off really slowly, but in the last couple of overs or so, you could see her just trying to up the ante a bit more aggressive. And it's really put the bowlers on the back foot now. This one is pulled away in the leg side. There's no fielder down there at fine leg. It's going to stop just short of the boundary. They're going to come back for 2. And that's, again, excellent placement from Manpaul, and then excellent running again.
Yeah, so a leg stump outside the line of the leg stump. Manpaul swivel into her wicket and get it down into that fine leg position. And they were back for 2 comfortable. I'd like to say a special good morning to Mr. Kelvin Williams. What he's witnessing out there, he must be a very proud man indeed.
Up in the air, the fielder runs round from mid-wicket and they're going to get through for an easy single. So it fallen just short of the fielder. They had a look at the square leg umpire to see if it's another no ball, but no, it's not.
Well, Manpo on this occasion, she was striding down the track, so it's very difficult indeed to initiate the height of that delivery, Ronnie.
Yeah, that's a problem with when you step down the wicket. And this is smart. You could see here from Casa as well. Yes, they're chipping down the wicket, but they're waiting for the ball. She's waiting to see what length, what line, and then plays the shot accordingly. There we go again. Waiting, and then plays the shot. So that is excellent. Oh, that's an opportunity for a run out there. That's the skipper Glasgow again. Excellent fielding. But Manpol did very well to get back into her crease. And at the end of 26, it's 123 for 7.
Yeah, so a very imposing total at this stage of the game here now. And for Trinidad and Tobago, they would want both Kasa and Manpol to complete the job that they've started here. 12 deliveries to go. If they were to go at a run and ball, they're going to get to 135. With the pitch, getting better and better for Bat and Runny, we do have a very good contest on hand here at Gilbert Park. Remember, Windward Islands, they're leading the table here, and they're playing Trinidad and Tobago, who is second on the table, so it's a top of the table clash here. The winner of this game could possibly determine the winner of the tournament, Running.
Yeah, definitely. Well, if the two of them remain on top of the table, they would clash in the finals as well. But if we look at the Batin, Glasgow has done really well. And also St. Jean, as well as Sherry, they have been really batting the scoring runs for their team, and they would want to continue doing that.
And as we had alluded earlier, we do know that this Trinidad and Tobago team does bat very deep indeed, and both Manpo and Kasa are showing exactly the depth of this Trinidad and Tobago women's batting lineup.
Right, it's Sherry. Down the leg side, worked away nicely by Manpol. They're going to get one, looking for two, and they're going to get two quite easily. That's excellent running, excellent placement, and the score moves on to, I believe it's 125, correct?
So that ball just tickled into that short fine leg position and immediately calling for two.
So again, worked away into the onside, but straight to the fielder. That's the captain Glasgow, and they get no run. So this is excellent partnership thus far.
So 10 legal deliveries still to come, Ronnie.
Yes, it's up in the air, worked away again into the onside to that fine leg region, and they get one this time. The fielder at that short third man region runs around nicely.
So the fielder there at third man, they're reading the game really good. From the moment that ball was played, she was motoring across to ensure that Trinidad and Tobago didn't prosper by getting a second run. So the score 126 to 7. It's over number 27. Kasa and Manpo, they're batting brilliantly here at the back end of the innings for Trinidad and Tobago.
Yes. Well, there's just some adjustment to the field. So it's just, I believe it's 4 fielders allowed outside the circle. This one is hit hard, but straight to the fielder at extra cover.
That's at mid-wicket run.
Sorry, yes. Hit straight down the ground. The fielder there at mid-off fields nicely, and they get one. So it's just they're batting nicely in terms of they're getting the singles, the odd bad ball, they're putting it away, and making a decent over into a very good over. So this is really good. Down the wicket, pulled away, over the head of that fine leg fielder, and they're gonna get one. They're gonna come back for two quite easily.
So excellent batting there from Manpo and Kasa. seizing the opportunity to come back for the extra run. So at the end of over number 27, Trinidad and Tobago, inserted by the Windward Islands, they are 129 for 7, and the extras is 40. Very unacceptable at any level of the game, Ronnie. And I do feel for the coach in this situation here, being a coach myself, giving away 40 to the total, and really and truly, 6 balls to go, you know, everything has to go. Casa has the license now to do as she pleases.
Yeah, it's 35 wides. 35 wides. That's amazing.
So that's approximately 6 overs in retrospect, Ronnie.
Correct.
And at any level of the game, that's very unacceptable.
Yeah, that's very poor.
But remember, this is a game of 2 halves, and just as much as how this game has gone from one team to the other, the expectation is that it will continue in that vein. When the second half starts as well, Ronnie. But we are into the last over of the Trinidad and Tobago innings, 129 for 7. Kasa and Manpo really putting Trinidad and Tobago in a very commanding position at this stage.
Yeah, Glasgow, she's going to bowl the final over from the southern end. Oh, that's an excellent delivery. She's really bowled well. You have to give her credit. She's into 6th over, just conceded 9 runs.
Well, she has shown, Ronnie, that she's definitely a cut above the rest. You know, she's showing that maturity. She's got that experience now. And, you know, everyone who is here at Gilbert Park, they're really looking at a young lady who is very special indeed with her cricketing talent.
Definitely. This one is in the air, taken. So you could see Glasgow there, just bowling that one from by the stumps. She didn't deliver from the popping trees. She delivered that one from by the stump. Look if you can see it. Look at where she delivers that one. She's back a bit. So it's a bit slow, and it will come a bit slower and take a little longer to reach the batter. And looking to hit on the onside. Got a leading edge, and it goes straight to the fielder at a point, who takes a good catch. And that's the end of its Casa. A very good innings from her. She really gave the team that impetus that it needed at the end, the back end here. And is it going to be a match-winning inning for her? There you can see looking to go over the top again, but just getting a leading edge, and she is gone. That's another wicket for Glasgow.
So Janelia Glasgow showing all her experience here, Ronnie, bowling from behind the crease, taking the pace of the ball. Casa in her final over here, having the license to go hard, not getting the connection, and only succeeded in finding the fielder at backward point. But it's Jessica Orozco who's going to have 4 deliveries at her disposal. Let's see what batting ability this young lady possesses.
She hits the ball hard if she gets the opportunity to. So let's see. Oh, that's a full-length delivery. Appeal for LBW and given. Well. She is given. So umpire Colin Bryan has raised his finger, and Jessica Roscoe has to go. It's now 129 for 9. Let's look at it. Yeah, full-length delivery.
And again, guilty of playing across the line of flight, Ronnie. Once you play across the line of flight, you are going to pay the ultimate price. But it's wicket number 3 for Janelia Glasgow. Is it a bit too late here now? A little too late here, Ronnie, for this Windward Islands team?
Well, it's going to be Harry Lal.
Zakia Harilal. So she's got 3 balls to make an impact here.
This is an excellent over from Glasgow. The captain doing it herself. And just 3 deliveries for Harry Lal to survive here. And while we're at it, Glasgow is on a hat-trick. Let's see. She's on a hat-trick. I think she could have have a more attacking feel, have a slip and play as well. But let's see. It's that one plays into the onside, the offside. It's behind point, and they get through for an easy single. So Harilal is off the strike. The hat trick avoided. It's 130 now for 9.
130 for 9. 2 deliveries left. Manpour would want to try and get a boundary here with 2 deliveries to finish this innings off. Let's see how she goes about it. And again, she goes for her favorite leg side tug. She gets 1. That's all it's going to be. So the final delivery, legal delivery, 27.5 overs in the books. So this game has been reduced to a 28 over affair.
It's the final delivery to come here. And she's bowled. Going down the wicket to look for her favorite shot down the ground. She misses. Glasgow hits. And that's the end. The Trinidad and Tobago under 19 women, they have been bowled out for 131 in the final delivery of the inning. Glasgow, she ends up with 4 for 11 from her 6 overs. Excellent bowling from the young lady.
Yeah, excellent bowling indeed from the Windwards Island skipper Janita Glasgow, 4 for 11. What more can you ask? And I'm sure she's going to have a big part to play in terms of this run chase, Ronnie. 131 all out in their allocation of 28 overs. Is it going to be enough, Ronnie?
Well, as you rightly mentioned before, it may not be enough because the batting of the Windward Islands has been very good thus far in the tournament. And it's so it's 131 all out, and it's a decent score considering where they have started. There were 3 runs, 3 wickets fell in early, and they were 22 for 3 at one point in time. A good recovery there by Maria Lafourcade, and she made an excellent 30. But then we had a wonderful partnership between Casa and Manpol. Casa getting 17, Manpol 19. That really propelled them into this total of 131. But will it be enough? We'll know in a bit. From us here, we have Trinidad and Tobago Red Force, under 19. Remember, the Windward Islands won the toss and they elected to bowl first. They inserted the Trinidad and Tobago under 19 team. So she went first for Court Alexander Bowl Glasgow for 4. Samara Ramnath, she was Court Glasgow Bowl Edwards for 6. Roberts was bowled by St. John for 5. Samaru, she was Court Edwards Bowl Phillips for 2. Maria Lafourcade, an excellent inning from her. She was bowled St. John for 30. She was bowled St. John's for 30. Casa, she was Court Henry Cherry, bowled Glasgow for 17 in the final over. Harry Charan, she was LBW Alexander for no score. Manpol, who had an excellent partnership with Casa, she was bowled Glasgow in the final delivery of the innings for 19. Jessica Roscoe, she was LBW Glasgow in the final over as well for no score. So 131 for 10. We had Glasgow again, 6 overs, 4 for 10. We also had good contribution from St. George. She had 5 overs, 2 for 18. Also, Alexander, she bowled, I believe it's 4 overs, 2 for 9. 1 apiece for Edwards and is it, I believe, yes, 1 apiece for Edwards and Phillips.
So just at the halfway stage here, Ronnie, Trinidad and Tobago possibly just putting Tobago. So we're going to take a break. We're going to have our lunch, and we're going to be right back when the action resumes at Gilbert Park. We are back here at Gilbert Park. We're going to witness the chase here by Trinidad and Tobago, chasing a total of 132 for victory at a run rate of 4.7 per over. I'd like to welcome Mr. Ronnie Bikramgas, my co-commentator.
Yes, thank you very much, Anil. And yes, it's going to be interesting. It's 132 for victory. Just remember, Trinidad and Tobago under 19 women, their bowling has been good thus far in the tournament. In terms of the first game they played, well, the first game rained out actually, and the other game they played, they actually Jamaica, they bowled Jamaica 90 for 9, picking up the wickets there. We had Mitchell opening the bowling 3 for 14, Samara 2 for 6, Samaru 2 for 20. So Manpaul picking up 1 as well as Orozco. So they have been picking up wickets. They have been bowling well. They need to do a lot more of that. If they could pick the top order here for the West Indies, the Windward Islands women, if they could pick the top order and pick 2 or 3, they will be in good nick pretty much. Because remember, the top order have been doing the job for the Windward Islands in their 2 victories thus far, winning by 8 wickets and 6 wickets. Well, 6 wickets and 8 wickets respectively. Glasgow in particular doing well with the bat, 18 not out as well as 24 not out, and she would be the one leading the charge again here. Well, it's going to be, it looks like it's going to be the keeper, Fontaine, to open the batting. She's going to be batting with just trying to get the name.
It looks like Marceline.
Marceline, is it? Yes, it is Marceline. So it's going to be Marceline and Fontaine to open the batting for the Windward Islands. A bit of change in the sense that it's not going to be the likes of Glasgow.
So 28 overs at 4.7 running. It's going to take a huge effort from the Windward Islands batters, but I'm sure they're going to back themselves to get this runs.
Yeah, definitely they're going to back themselves. They would think, 132 runs in 28 overs is not bad. It's less than a run a ball. It's 132 really. 4 runs and over required. It is not bad. Push the ball around, get the singles, the bad ball, you put it away and you're in with the shot. It's easy. So it's going to be a lot of really from the bowlers. They have to be very consistent. They have to be very tight.
And a very important point that you brought up there, Ronnie, in terms of the bowling. Now, the Windward Islands, they were guilty of giving away 40 extras in that Trinidad and Tobago innings. And Trinidad and Tobago will not want to repeat that performance of the Windward Islands bowling attack. Giving away 40 extras, Ronnie, and bowling in excess of 6 overs extra. Trinidad and Tobago, if they're able to cut that extras by half, then they're going to be in a very good place indeed. But it's going to be Marceline and Kanisha Fontaine. Marceline.
Well, she starts with a wide. She had a look at the umpire. That's umpire Carolyn Brown.
Umpire Carolyn Brown. Is she from Jamaica, Ronnie?
I'm not sure exactly where she's from, which country, but all I know is she's standing there at this. No.
She's standing there at the presiding end.
Yes, she is. That's all I know. I could find out for you. This is in the air, a chance, but just over the head of that point fielder, and it's a single. So Fontaine is off and running.
So Trinidad and Tobago, not without Samara Ramnath. I am seeing Danila Matthews. She is doing the duties as the sub. So Samara Ramnath, a lot of animated conversations were taking place between the physio and the officials from both teams in regards to have availability in terms of bowling. So it's possibly more a running of a precautionary measure than anything else, that the physio has taken a decision to ask her not to possibly bowl in this innings.
Well, if it is her shoulder is giving trouble, and it is in her right shoulder, and it's a bowling arm, so it's going to be difficult to rotate that arm. So if it's really bothering her, there's no choice but to not play her. Not bowl, I should say.
An excellent delivery there from Katie Charles Mitchell, pitching all about that off-stump line and just shaping away from the outside edge, and it goes into the mid of wicketkeeper Ayana Roberts. So excellent start from Katie Charles in her first over.
Well, this is exactly what they would have wanted from her, to just keep things tight, not allow the batters to really get off, to get going, to score quickly. And this is excellent. Nice full length outside and off stump. It's difficult for the batters to really get under and hit over the top. And they may not want to hit over the top initially. They want to give themselves a chance.
Well, I must tell you that Nehemiah Marcelin, she likes to really go hard. And we're just going to look at this to see how she approaches this innings. And flirting with danger outside the line of the off stump. Just going for that booming drive, running not to the pitch of that delivery. She should have just allowed that ball to go into the mid of a wicketkeeper Ayana Roberts.
Well, it did go into the mid of the keeper Roberts, but she didn't let it go. She had a waft at it outside the off stump. Lucky for her. And it's again the same strong breeze blowing across the wicket. This one is driven. They're gonna looking for the single. But
a lovely flowing drive there from Nehemiah Marcelin, just caressing that ball down to mid off. There's no run. Fielder there is Zakia Harilal doing the clean-up at mid-off position. So at the end of over number 1, the Windward Islands requiring 132 for victory. They are 2 without loss.
Yeah, 2 without loss, 1 being a wide. So it has just been 1 run off the bat. So a good start here from Mitchell. And the bowler, we just waiting confirmation on that bowler. She has to back it up. It looks like Samaru.
Yeah, so skipper Shalini Samaru is going to pick up the attack from the Sugar Road end, the Sugar House end, here at Gilbert Park. The breeze blowing in a very strong manner from a east to west direction. So it's definitely going to help her off breaks here.
Yeah, definitely. Well, it would be a bit difficult if the off break. It's going to go into it. The off break is going to go into the right hander. So maybe she should have bowled from the other end.
Well, I'm thinking that she's just, yeah, but I'm just thinking there, Ronnie, that she's not really going to try and spin the ball. She's just going to really allow it to go with the arm.
She will get some drift with the wind from this end. Maybe that's where we want to get some drift outside, and then if you get something back in, it could bring the outside edge into play, bowl into play. But we'll see.
But as you know, Ronnie, it's a brand new cherry, so it's not going to spin. It's more going to slide on. So hence the reason why she's possibly taking the opportunity to bowl from the Sugar House end, getting that ball just to slide off the pitch there. Undercutting the ball rather than trying to spin the ball would be skipper Shalini Samaru.
Well, she's bowling medium pace really. She's not spinning the ball, she's bowling medium pace. So that is why she's bowling from the southern end. She's bowling some medium pace and she's getting that ball to bounce a bit.
Well, she has been in the past, very excited to do some seam-up deliveries.
Well, she did in the previous game against Jamaica. She did pick up 2 for 20. Was a bit expensive. In her 6th over was 2 for 20. Should be looking to sort of bring down that amount of runs being scored. But if she could pick up a couple wickets here, it would be important for her team.
Well, it's important for her to lead by example with Samara Ramnath out of the bowling attack. So it means to say that this Trinidad and Tobago bowling attack will be depleted with one of their main strikers in Samara Ramnath. So it's important for skipper Shalini Samaru, to get amongst the wickets very early indeed.
Early wickets is needed. This one is played up into onside, straight to the fielder. A bit of misfield there, and they will get one. Oh, there's another misfield by the captain, but it was well backed up in the end.
So that ball was hit powerfully there by Fontaine, but Harry Charan not negotiating that ball at all. That ball basically hit her somewhere on the shoulder. That ball was traveling.
That's a good delivery, pitched up delivery outside the off stump. Showed it up in the air a bit, inviting the batter to have a go, but really it was a bit too wide and she didn't really get across and was unable to make contact. But you could see the flags flying here, and it's a good start for the Trinidad and Tobago on the 19 team. After 2 overs, it's 3 runs conceded. So this is the start they would have wanted, but they need wickets.
Of course, you have to take advantage of this new cherry at the start of the inning. So Katie Jazz, they have a responsibility, both herself and skipper Shalini Samaru, to get wickets at the top of the innings here for Trinidad and Tobago. But Masling and Fontaine, they're not gonna back down. They're gonna try and back themselves all the way until the end. They're gonna continue to play positively.
They need to. It's gonna be Mitchell to continue from the northern end. This one is short outside the off stump. Just guided to that fielder at point, so who does well.
Yeah, Daniela Matthews there, getting down there, throwing her frame to the left. One of my product, I must admit.
Excellent,
Matthews, getting her feel, getting her feet wet, running. Exciting indeed, when these young ladies get an opportunity, even just for a couple of overs running.
Yeah. Oh, and a wide, thrown wide outside the off stump. But you could see there in that when she played the shot after, she did get that front foot across. Initially, the front foot just went down the wicket, and she had a swing at it outside the off stump, playing away from her body. And that's not good to be doing, playing away from your body. That brings the outside edge into play, hitting the ball in the air. So she has to be careful of that.
Well, one also has to take into consideration 2 overs, 3 runs on the board, and just possibly scoreboard pressure there running. But excellent running indeed. Taking on Roscoe there at mid-on. My apology is Maria Lafacade.
Yes. She did well, and the keeper also did well. Roberts did well there because the throw was low to the stumps, and she got her pads in the way to prevent it from passing her.
So Fontaine, that ball just dribbling on the onside and immediately taking off.
You could see a bit of weather. We're hoping that rain could stay away. Worked into the onside this time. No run. So yes, we hope that rain could stay away because we have a good match here in Prospect.
And so everything to play for here is a top of the table clash here in the Rising Star under 19 Women's Tournament. Host Trinidad and Tobago. They're taking on a very well-oiled unit in the Windward Islands, led brilliantly by Janelia Joseph. And this one is played stylishly out to extra cover. Just leaning on it is Nehemiah Maslin. Plays it out to extra cover. There's no run. Skipper Shalini Samaru doing the work. Yeah, so Katie Jazz here running, doing a fantastic job for Trinidad and Tobago in her opening overs.
Yeah, there's some information in terms of the other matches being played. At St. Augustine in the UE Spec ground. At the end of the over, it's actually 4 without loss. UE Spec ground. Barbados on the 19, they batted first. They made 116 for 9 in their 30 overs. And currently the Jamaica under 19 women, they are 27 for 1 after 7.1 overs across at the National Cricket Centre in Balmain-Vancouver. That game started late because of the weather. Guyana under 19, they are currently 97 for 7 in 17.4 overs. That game reduced to 19 overs.
Yeah, so the weather has played its part where this tournament is concerned, Ronnie. I mean, there has been a lot of stop and starts in all these games. Luckily for us, we are having a 28 over affair, and I must admit, both teams evenly matched, and they're playing very attractive cricket indeed.
It's been one way, pendulum has swung one way to the other. At the moment, it's all odds even. Samaru to continue. Short, pulled away. This is going to run close to the boundary. They're going to get 1, come back for 2, and that's all it's going to be.
So Samaru just pulling down there, and Fontaine, she just loft that ball into the onside, and she gets 2 runs. So Samaru opening the bowling for Trinidad and Tobago, together with Katie Charles Mitchell.
Yes, bowling a bit of medium pace here.
And this one is played out stylishly out to that short point position. Danella Matthews moves in smartly and gets it to the wicketkeeper, Ayana Roberts, and there's no addition to the score. So 6 without loss. The Windward Islands chasing a total of 132 for victory.
This one is just short outside. That's short of a length outside the off stump, and you could see the batter there just getting deep into the crease and looking to just guide that one past that short gully, you could say. It's not really a slip fielder. And
yeah, it's more like a gully in position. Very interesting field indeed.
Yeah. Again wide, signal wide by the umpire this time. It's Colin Bryant, signal wide.
So the extras continue here at Gilbert Park. Both teams at this stage very guilty of giving away extra runs to the opposition.
Well, the Windward Islands give away 40 of them.
Well, I'm sure Coach Jibran Mohammed must have given that team some added incentive in terms of maybe some more lunches, you know, having gifted them 40 extra runs to their total.
Well, so far, Shalini Samaru has gifted 2 extra wides in this over. So it's not a good start to this over. Her first over was really good, and she already conceded 4 runs in this over. She needs to really put the ball in the right areas. Well, the batter wasn't ready this time.
But I must tell you at this stage here for listeners, Ronnie, Samara Ramnath, she's off the field, having gotten a severe blow while batting, and it was her bowling arm, her right arm, Ronnie, that, you know, she was struck a painful blow with a high full toss, and unfortunately for her, she's unable to take the field here for Trinidad and Tobago. How will that affect the bowling unit from a Trinidad and Tobago team perspective? One will only have to wait and see.
Well, she's an important part of that bowling unit, as you mentioned. And in that second game they played, she picked up 2 for 6 in 6 overs. Chance for a run out. An excellent throw there, but the batters were well in.
Well, I thought that Maria Lafourcade possibly could have gone at the non-strikers and their Ronnie. Fontaine was a bit struggling there.
Well, she played the shot on the back foot, so she was already on the back foot. She had to get forward and then go for the single.
So Marcelin rocks onto the back foot, plays it out to that short cover position. So at the end of over number 4, Windward Islands chasing a total of 132 for victory. They are 9 without loss. Shalini Samaru and Katie Jazz operating at the opening overs here at Gilbert Park, but it continues to get very ominous indeed. A lot of dark clouds just hovering just outside the perimeter of the ground, and we'll just have to wait and see how that develops. But from a cricketing perspective, Ronnie, we would hope that the rain stays away for the entire afternoon.
Yeah, definitely we would be hoping that it does. And if it does, we're in for an excellent game. It's Mitchell going to continue from the northern end. Full toss, driven straight to the fielder at mid-off. And they get an easy single.
Yeah, so both Fontaine and Marcelin, from the moment it leaves the bat, they're taking on the fielders. Whereas before, it wasn't happening, but now they've taken a more proactive approach to this running.
Yeah, that's what they need to do. The boundaries are hard to come by. The bowling has been good, so you need to really look to run, get singles. Again, straight to the field at middle, but this one hit a bit harder, so it was a bit difficult to get a single there.
But Sakia Harilal at that mid-off position, doing some excellent work. They're moving in very quickly indeed, and stopping what would have been a single. So just creating a bit of doubt within the batters there.
Oh, this is an excellent shot, straight down the ground, bisecting those two fielders at mid-on and mid-off. They're going to get one. They come back for two, looking for three, but it's not on. That's excellent work there by the fielder at mid-off, and they get just 2 runs.
So Marcelin there just planting that left foot forward. Katie Jazz going up in the half volley length, and she lofted that ball as straight as an arrow, and they get a breeze. So 2 runs in. It's 12 without loss. And Marcelin just stylishly comes into line, plays a nice flowing off drive to extra cover, where Shalini Samaru, the captain of the Trinidad and Tobago team, does the feel it. There's no run. So Katie Jazz into her third over, none for 6 thus far.
Down the leg side, wide signal by the umpire.
Marcelin very unlucky not to make contact. Had she gotten any kind of contact there, Ronnie, that would have possibly gone into the boundary, or very close indeed to the boundary. There's just a short fine leg in position, so had that passed, it definitely would have resulted. But again, the extras continue.
Yeah, definitely, and it's starting to pile up. And could it really affect? Oh, this is a good delivery again, just outside the off stump. So when she gets it right outside the off stump, it's excellent. She gets a nice full length, just short of a length outside the off stump. Difficult for the batters to play. It's even difficult for the keeper. Roberts hasn't been able to hold on.
Well, what we have seen as well, to Ronnie, is that some deliveries, when it puts pitches in a certain area, it just kisses off the surface and goes through a bit quicker.
Down the wicket. Looking to hoik it, looking for a run. Not there. Well. A bit of mix-up, but in the end, all is well. No run conceded, no wickets gone. At the end of 5, it's 13 without loss.
So Trinidad and Tobago making a very strong defense of that 132 required by the Windward Islands for victory. After 5, it was 13 without loss. But what is interesting, Ronnie, is that the like of Nehemiah Marcelin, she's looking to change gears. She wants to get on with things, and with 5 overs already in the books, the current run rate is 2.6. The required run rate has gone above 5 runs and over, and they will want to maintain it just around that 5 and over running. They will not want that run rate to keep climbing every single ball. So I'm sure that they will be very conscious indeed in regards to maintaining a run, the required run rate anywhere around 5 runs and over could be very manageable running.
Yeah, when it starts to get a runner ball or above, it's very difficult for the batters. It plays on their mind, as it's a change in bowling.
So it's Jessica
Yes, Jessica
Orozco. Yeah, she bowls a right arm leg spin coming from the southern end.
Correct. So she would have a lot to do. She pulled in the second game. She picked up 1 for 20 in 4 overs. That's a bit expensive, but she would need to really fill that gap for Ramnath here. Oh, that's a poor delivery. No ball signal by the umpire.
So that's going to be a free hit. That ball was pitched outside the pitch.
Correct. It was pitched outside the pitch, so the umpire signals no ball.
Well, I just thinking at this stage, Ronnie, that ball is a bit too new for her.
Well, let's see how costly this would be. Oh, there's a chance of a stump in there. Well, that's a better delivery. You can see the batter. That's Maslin there. She's struggling with her back. After she played that shot, because she was bending over and holding her back. Has to be careful. Has to keep an eye on that.
But in the meantime, the groundsmen, they're gonna get into position. So this ball is played out again to Dinara Matthews at that point position. There's no run.
Yeah, so the batter looks disappointed there. That was short and wide. She should have caught that one really hard past that point fielder for runs. But just look too patted to the fielder. Has to be aware of that. Again, just looking to guide it to that fielder. A chance of a run out. Bit of indecision. And that's the first wicket. A bit of indecision between the batters. We saw that on a number of occasions. And Fontaine has to go. Start and stop. Both of them were in the middle of the pitch at one point, and eventually the throw came into the keeper. That's the first wicket. Yeah, look at it. No chance at all. Nowhere in the frame.
Yeah, a lot of indecision in terms of running between the wickets, but Dinah Matthews, she was quick to the ball, moving smartly to her left and releasing that ball into the mid of wicketkeeper Ayana Roberts. But it's Maslin who has to leave here via the run-out route. So Trinidad and Tobago making an early breakthrough here. Nehemiah Maslin going via the run-out route, and you could see the disappointment in this young lady. She just seems to be getting in her stride, but unfortunately for her, some poor decision making has led to her downfall. So the skipper, Janelia Glasgow, what a huge task she's got on her hands here, Ronnie.
Yeah, definitely, but she has been in very good form, as you mentioned before, scoring 18 not out in the first match and 24 not out from 18 deliveries in the second match to see them home to victory. So she's in good form with the bat, and she also had a good time with the ball in the first innings, so she would take that confidence into this innings here.
Well, she'll have to do it. She have done it with the ball. Now she has the responsibility of doing it with the bat. So we see that the long on, Maria Lafourcade, has been stationed at that long on position. So immediately there is a adjustment in the field, and she goes for that sweep, not making contact.
Well, the rain is with us. It's drizzling a bit outside there. And we're just waiting to see what the umpire will do.
Well, I'm just trying to figure out, Ronnie, what the Duckwood Lewis would be at this stage if we could have that information, with the weather, just hovering around the ground.
Well, they would have to bowl, I think, at least 8 overs for a match. This one is pulled away, and this is going to run into the boundary for 4. So short and down the leg side, and given the treatment, really short down the leg side, pulled away past that short square leg fielder, and 4.
So Janelia Glasgow, the captain of the Windward Islands team, getting quickly into her work here, hitting a second delivery through that backward square position for a boundary. Orozco bowling her leg breaks. That ball is spinning into her. It's really meat and drink for someone of the quality of Janelia Glasgow, Ronnie.
Yeah, definitely.
She will have to pitch up the deliveries to have any kind of impact.
Again, short, but this time outside the off stump. She tried to cut that one away, but looking for more power and placement, and hit it pretty much to that fielder at mid-off. So that's the end of a successful over for the Trinidad and Tobago under 19 female. It's 19 for 1.
Yeah, so 19 for 1 after 6 overs. The required run rate now goes above 5 runs and over, and I can tell you now, Ronnie, the rain is just seconds away from us here at the Gilbert Park ground.
Just to let you know, in terms of the Dotwood Lewis, after 6 overs, with 1 wicket falling, they should be 24.
So there's 5 runs a trip of the Dotwood Lewis. But in terms of contest, how many overs do we have to get a result, Ronnie?
I believe it's probably 8 or 9 overs. We can get confirmation of that, but I believe it's about 8 or 9 overs has to be bowled in order for the match to be constituted. So we'll just have to wait and see. But at the moment, the Windward Islands are behind in terms of Dotwood Lewis.
Yeah, so according to our calculation, they just about 5 runs where the Dotwood Lewis would be. So it's going to be Manpour from the northern end. And this one, she tries to play that flick shot. It comes off the pads. So we just have to wait and confirm.
Yes. Leg by signal by the umpire. So it did come off the pads.
So the Windward Islands, I'm sure Janelia Glasgow, they would have worked out that someone like Manpour, they would definitely, they would want to try and cash in, you know, where Samara Ramnath is unable to bowl. Well, it's very difficult, especially when you're striding down, because you really cannot, the height of the delivery, Ronnie, you know, it's difficult to judge the height of the delivery, especially when you're possibly about 2 or 3 meters down the pitch.
Yeah, definitely. So you can see the 2 umpires walking around, just checking to make sure that the weather is not going to hamper the game, or the ground staff is there waiting. This one is punched into the covers, but straight to the captain. That's Samaru, and there's no run.
So some excellent timing there from Janelia Glasgow there. Just rocks onto the back foot. Eases that ball to extra cover, no run.
So you need to really rotate the strike, get the strike going. And you could see some positive intent here from Glasgow. As she came in, she looked to be positive. She looks to hit the ball into the gap, looks to be positive, looks to try and run, get singles. And that is what is needed. They need to rotate the strike as much as possible. Odd bad ball, put it away. They can't allow the run rate, as you rightly mentioned, to jump. And every time that run rate goes up, and the batter's mind is be like, okay, we need to score. Then you try to play a rash shot. You get out, put pressure on the lower order, the middle order. And she pulls away from that one. It's a dead ball. Let's see, the batter wasn't ready.
So something Janelia Glasgow wasn't happy with. Immediately she pulled out of the delivery. But the score, just 1 delivery remaining in over number 7. It's 20 for 1. Glasgow batting. Still seems to be impeded from that arm earlier on as well, Ronnie. The hand actually.
Yeah. And she has to work through the pain here. Oh, that's an excellent delivery down the leg side. Looking to tickle that one into the leg side. Well, fine. And just getting it a bit too fine to the keeper's hand. And they didn't get any run. At the end of the, is it 7 over? It's 20 for 1. So under a bit of pressure here is Windward Islands, but the good thing for them is that the captain is at the crease.
Yeah, and 2 good overs, Ronnie, 6, 7 runs and over, it's going to bring you right back into the equation. So I'm sure that it's not a worrying sight at this stage for the Windward Islands team, but they would need to continue to keep the rotation up the strike. And whenever that boundary option is available, they need to cash in as well. But it's going to be Roscoe from the southern end. Flighted delivery. This one is played out to that mid-wicket position. They get a single.
Yeah, it was an opportunity there for run out. It was hit just to the right of the fielder at cover, is it? And they were looking for that mid-wicket, and she fumbled a bit, kind of fumbled over the ball.
Yeah,
and it allowed the batters to get through for the single.
Yeah, Zakia Harilal there, guilty of not really moving as quickly as she would have liked to stem that single. But this is a track down, and this one is hit past the bowler. Only going to be one. Skipper Sumaru doing the cleanup there at mid-off. So very lucky indeed. And we are seeing now signs of where the ball is keeping very, very low indeed running.
Yeah, it seems like it was going to be a good wicket. You know, the sun beating down on the wicket, drying it out. It would be better for batting. But as you rightly say, it seemed to be a bit two-piece now. Being flighted, wide delivery. So you see what she's trying to do. Throw the ball up there, trying to get some purchase on it. But she has to be better with her control in getting that ball, trying to pitch that ball middle and off. And, you know, let it go across the right-hander, sorry. Drag down, hit straight back. But it was hit so hard. It went so quick to the fielder at that mid-on boundary, and they didn't get a run.
Yeah, it was supremely timed by Fontaine. Marcelin, my apology.
Again, deep in a crease, but the thing about it was short and wide. Instead of looking to pull, she should have looked to cut that one.
Well,
all she has to do is beat the fielder at point.
Well, there is no slip in play, so all she's got to do is just allow the ball to come to her and run off the face, and she'll get at least one, if not two.
Yeah. This one is in the air, just short of the fielder at point, and she survives.
So it's all happening here at Gilbert Park.
The bounce on her, looking to pull, getting the top edge, but falling safe just in front of the fielder at point. And Marcelin gets a life. Well, not really a life, but there was an opportunity there.
Yes, I'm sure a lot of alarms would be going through her mind.
This one is tossed up again, down the leg side, wide signal by the umpire. But the thing about it here, she's being positive. The ball is there to hit, no doubt about it. That previous ball as well where she got the top edge, it was there to hit. But because of that loop that is being bowled there by Roscoe, it allows the ball to bounce a little more. And she was defeated by that bounce there. The last ball that was bowled, it was again down the leg side. And she did play a shot at it. So this is good from her, but she's just not making proper contact. Or a contact at all. And again, looking to hit the ball too hard. All she has to do is wait on it. Just beat that point fielder to the left or to the right of that point fielder, and it runs.
So at the end of over number 8, 24 for 1, and the Windward Islands, they're really being kept back here by some excellent bowling and fielding by the Trinidad and Tobago outfit.
Yeah, excellent stuff from the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers here. They are keeping things really tight. And there you can see the umpire signaling the power play. The start of the second power play. 8 overs have been completed. Remember, because of the shortened format in terms of 28 overs, 8 overs has been constituted as the first power play. So we are out of the first power play now. We can have a relaxed feel, and we have 4 fielders outside the 30-yard circle. This one, again, it's gonna be Paul, is it? Yes, to continue. And
So for the ladies, the inner circle is just a bit smaller.
and the captain, Glasgow, looks really solid here. You could see the way she stands, the way she played that ball, that first delivery, just getting forward, pushing it, timing it nicely. She has to really play an important part to be able to overhaul this total. And this is what I like with her. She's looking to get on the front foot. If you can see, she's batting outside of her crease. So she's looking to get close to the ball. She's looking to be aggressive. She's looking to score.
But if anything, Ronnie, I just feel that she just needs to calm down a bit here. Just trying to muscle the ball. And this one goes past the keeper. Is it going to be a wide? We're going to wait on the signal from the umpire. So she did get some contact.
Definitely did. No signal from the umpire.
But umpire Brown is just looking at where Mampur is landing, possibly just encroaching on the danger area there. Just having a look.
Yeah, definitely. She has to be aware of that, wary of that.
So Matthews getting an opportunity to go out and get her feet wet. Samara Ramnath unable to take the field. And this one is played into that mid-wicket region. They're going to be a single, easy single. Katie Chaz is in hot pursuit. The score moves up by 1. It's 26-1 in over number 9.
Yeah, so they have to be careful here. Marceline in particular, she can't get bogged down. She's 9 from 27 deliveries, so she cannot allow herself to get bogged down because it's going to put additional pressure on Glasgow and it could cause her downfall. And that's an excellent delivery. Excellent delivery there from Paul. And again, Glasgow looking to be positive, looking to hit the ball down the ground. Get in the inner half of the bat. It trickled out to the fielder at that backward square.
So Roscoe there doing the fielding at that backward square position. It's going to be Manpaw from the northern end. And this one is driven past Manpaw. It's going to be 1. Chanel Sao is in hot pursuit. That's all it's going to be. And after over number 9, the score 27-1. 105 required from 19 overs.
Yeah, definitely they need to get going. That run rate, required run rate is jumped up to 5.5 now. So that is something they'll have to keep an eye on. You don't want to get that going too far up. And it's going to be a change from the southern end. Selini Samaru, she's going to bring herself back into the attack. Roscoe, she had that 2 overs for 10 runs. Wasn't all that with her control, all the number of wide deliveries, but they got that run out though, which is what they wanted to pick up wickets. So it's going to be the captain to take matters into our own hands here. Captain versus captain now.
So excellent delivery there from Samaru. Bringing Glasgow on the front foot. Glasgow just stylishly coming into line. Plays it out to extra cover. There's no run. The score remains on 27-1. Shalini bowling with a slip, a backward point, cover, extra cover, mid off, long off, long on, and a deep mid wicket.
Looking to force that one into the offside there. No run.
So Kia Harilal just adjusting herself really nicely there. Taking the ball on the bounce. There's no run. And it's a wide delivery there. Ayana Roberts getting a very painful blow on her legs there. But doing saving her team at least 2 runs there, Ronnie. Had that gone past her, they would have gotten at least 2 runs.
And you could hear the shout from the crowd telling her to get up. Stop faking.
Well,
I don't think she's faking out there.
Well, her parents giving her a mouthful there.
And that's what you'll get from this full crowd here, packed crowd here at the Gilbert Park. They all supporting their team, urging them on to a victory here.
Yeah. And this one is played out extra cover. Zakia Harilal trying to do some fancy stuff there.
Yeah, she's not having the best of day in the field. Had a few fumbles early on. Short pulled away, but straight to that fielder to wide-ish mid-wicket. And there's no run.
So Harry Charan having a torrid time there at that extra cover position. And this one, she tries to paddle it, not making contact, but it's a wide nevertheless. She'll have to reload that delivery.
Yes, the extras count, keep going up. And we saw what happened in the first innings. We're going to have a repeat here. And it's not good for the game to see, all those wides. It's up to 10. This one is hit in the air over the bowler's head, and it's to that fielder at long off, and they get through for an easy single. The runs keep ticking over. At the end of 10, it's 30 for 1. Just going to 3 runs per over, which is not bad. But it tends to, the required run rate, as you rightly said, tends to creep up on you. Before you know it, you're chasing 6-7 runs and over, and then it's all downhill from there. So they have to try and manage that as much as possible.
So, and we also seen here, Ronnie, where you can see the indentations on the pitch here. So the bowlers are possibly guilty of running onto the playing area, and it's something that the umpires are keeping a very keen eye on.
Yeah, that's and remember the wicket has a bit of moisture, so you're gonna peel off as such with the spikes. You're gonna peel off the wicket, the top of the wicket. So they have to be careful of that. It's gonna be Manpole to continue for 2 overs thus far, just coursing 3 runs. Yeah. This one is in the air. There's a fielder down there that's Sao, but it's just short of her, and they're going to get 1.
So it's clear that skipper Janelia Glasgow, she's going to target Manpaw because she knows that Shalini Samaru and Trinidad and Tobago, they're looking to get some overs out of her. And she's not a first bowling option, so she's basically a make-up option. So they're going to try and see as much as possible if they could cash in into this bowling option that's available now. And this one is punch 2, that back mid off. Chanel Sa moves around smartly to her right, gets a single. So this is what is required, Ronnie. You need to now get at least a runner ball to bring you back into the contest.
Yeah, definitely. It's about there, just a bit less than a runner ball. But if they could continue to rotate the strike like this, it's going to bring that required run rate down. So it's driven nicely straight down the ground. They're going to get a single, but that's just fine. That's fine. It's a runner ball thus far. So if they could continue that way, get 5-6 runs and over without any extravagant shot, even without a boundary, that's excellent. They need to do this for the next 5-6 overs, and they will start pulling that run rate back down.
And indeed, Ronnie, 6 singles over is equivalent to 6 runs and over, and that definitely will keep you in the hunt.
This time it's in the air, but again straight to that fielder, that's Mitchell down there at long on, and they get another single. So this is good. They struggled to do that previously in the previous over to Manpole, but it's working nicely now. They're looking to hit straight down the ground. That's the key here.
Yeah, and they're seeing that this is an option that they could take advantage of as well, Ronnie. And that's a wide delivery.
could see there Glasgow looking to be positive. So yes, it was dead on the leg side, but she just didn't want to leave it for us to a wide. She was looking to get back onto it. Actually got them back onto that. It had been at least 2 runs. So
Yeah, so good positive intent here from the skipper of the Windward Islands team, looking to squat every given opportunity. And this one is played out to that short backward square position. Orozco does the fielding.
So it seems like the plan is to bowl a bit straighter to Glasgow here. Not allow her to free her arms onto the offside. As you can see again, it's a bit straighter, but again, good running from her. Pushed it with soft hands. That's a key to it there. With soft hands, and just into that offside, and quickly went through a single. So a good over here. That's getting 5 singles and a wide off it. At the end of 11, it's 36 for 1.
So just what the doctor ordered there, Ronnie. Keep ticking over the strike, as you rightly said, for the next 5-6 overs, you know, and keep yourself in the hunt. There is going to be possibly a 5th, 6th bowling option, and if they could keep maintaining 5-6 runs and over, they will keep themselves in the hunt. But important for Windward Islands, the skipper, Janilia Glasgow, she continues to keep that fight for her team. So it's going to be the skipper, Shilini Samaru, into her 4th over.
In between overs there, the umpire just had a chat with the batters for running down the wicket, as you mentioned earlier on.
So this ball is played into that extra cover region, but some good fielding by Harry Charan there.
She's making up for earlier misses.
Well, every run is important here. Brianna Haricharan and Glasgow showing the maker's name there.
And what I like about Glasgow, the way she bats, she gets her foot down to the pitch of the delivery, bat and pad close together. You can see her leaning into the shot. Very good technique here from this young woman, this young lady. That's my only issue with her at the moment. She's trying to be too aggressive and she's not hitting the ball where she wants to. Every time she looks to play an aggressive shot or across the line, she ends up pulling the ball straight back to the bowler. So she just needs to take her time here and, you know, look to play the ball on the merit. If it's there to cut, you cut it. If it's there to pull, you pull it, rather than try to force the issue. So far she have tried to force this for dot balls.
Yeah, but she does have the ability, Ronnie, as well, to change gears. So it's important that she continues to stay out in the middle.
This one's again looking to cut, but it was just short of that fielder at cover. Just moving to her right. But lucky for her, it was just to the right of that fielder. Had she hitting it any better, it might have gone straight to the fielder.
Indeed. We are seeing one of those big cranes there from Paramount, possibly going on into Plip Deco.
Yes, this is excellent. Very good running. And that's what you need. Put pressure on the fielders. That's excellent running. And you can see the fielder now just having a look before she picks up the ball to see which end to throw to.
Yeah,
and that to its second,
Zakia Harilal there, sleeping away at that mid-wicket position. Only reacted when the batter started running and they were through. So after over number 12, 37 for 1, 95 required. And that run rate now is just under that 6 run mark per over. So it's definitely climbing with every dot delivery. And the Windward Islands, they need one of these batters, possibly Marcelin. She needs to be a bit more adventurous, if I may say so. Possibly, Ronnie, take a few chances.
She's 11 from 29 deliveries. This one is hit straight back the bowler, past the bowler, I should say, and they're going to get for another single. So Glasgow is getting the singles, rotating the strike, But Marston on the other end, she's finding it difficult to rotate a strike. And if you're not hitting this rotating a strike, you should at least try to get a boundary. So she's not doing any of those things, and that is putting more pressure on Glasgow here. And she's trying to force the issue.
Yeah, so dot delivery again. Dina Matthews doing some excellent work there at extra cover, getting her opportunity out in the middle is Dina Matthews. Very exciting young opening batter, medium piece out of South Young Warriors Cricket Academy running.
Yes, that's excellent. Again, driving straight down the ground. It hits the stumps, the off stump really, and it ricochets into the onside, and they get an easy single.
So we are seeing that both Marcelin now trying to up the ante a bit, which is required to keep that run rate just around that 6-run mark or less. What is required now is possibly 2 big overs to bring them back into the equation running.
Yeah, they need to get a couple of good overs, not just 2, but at least 3 or 4 of them.
Because if you were to add 2 wickets to the total, let's say 45 for 4, then Windward Islands would be in a big trouble indeed. And this one is played a dunk to long on. Chanel Sao comes off the boundary very quickly indeed. It's only going to be a single. So 3 runs coming from the over. They will want at least 5 to maintain that run rate.
It has been very quiet. You could hear the voices from the Trinidad Tobago fielders really. They feel that they are edging ahead here in this game, in this encounter, and the required run rate jumps above 6 now. And you could sense that the Trinidad Tobago team, they are feeling that they are getting ahead. They're putting pressure on the batters, and they feel that something's going to give.
Well, Kira Manpole, she has done an extremely good job for her team there. And attempting that second run, but Maria Lafoucade moving about 10 meters to her left and rifling a return at the non-striker's head. So at the end of over number 13, Windward Islands chasing a total of 132 for victory. They are 41 for 1 in over number 13 running.
Yeah, 41 for 1, 91 from 90. It's as I say, it's more than a runner ball now, and that's when the pressure starts to mount on the batters in particular, where they require more than a runner ball, because once there's a dot ball, you feel that you are behind. You feel you need to score for every ball, and if a couple dot balls comes your way, then you feel you have to hit a boundary, and that's when you can give your wicket away. So they need to play smart, sensible cricket here and see if they can just try and rotate the strike, get 6 runs and over, and see how it goes.
So there's going to be a bowling change from the southern end. Zakia Harilal, a right-arm medium piecer out of Holy Faith Convent in Port of Spain. She's going to be at the bowling crease. She's going to be bowling to Nehemiah Masling. And this one is undriven. It goes down to long on. Katie Giles comes off the boundary very smartly indeed. Gets the return back to the bowler. So Trinidad and Tobago not having one of their frontline bowlers in Samara Ramnath.
Yeah, that's a big blow for them, but the other bowlers have done an excellent job thus far. And yes, they haven't picked up the wickets, but they have kept the runs down, and that is so important in an encounter like this. Keeping the runs down, putting pressure on the batters. Well, was that an opportunity there? It was hit hard, straight to the bowler. It hit her on the shin.
Well, that ball was hit with tremendous, ferocious power by Janelia Glasgow. And Zakia Harilal, she's showing not much in it in terms of, the pain that she's suffering. And that's a very good sign indeed. It just shows how tough a character she is, young Zakia Harilal. Having been struck a painful blow and not really showing any, pain at all, it's very good signs from this young lady. Wide ball.
Well, we could see there also Glasgow just walking down to the bowler to ask her if she's okay, and that's good to see. The opposition. Yes, she hit the ball hard to the bowler, but to show the camaraderie between the players, just having it's your opposite number, but you still want to ensure that it's okay, nothing happened to the players. Hit straight back down the ground.
And it just shows the spirit in which the game is played, and it ought to be played in, Ronnie, when opposition players, they greet each other, they show that level of concern. No matter if it's the opposition player that's at the mercy of the hit.
Well, that's the 30-run partnership between this pair of Marcelin and Glasgow, and that is exactly what is needed, a partnership here, but they need to go a bit quicker. This is worked away nicely, but the fielder set really nicely here, especially they have two fielders behind square there for that particular shot, and that fielder is just to the backward square. Really.
It does bring about a very important point here, Ronnie. Is they allowed two people behind backward square? Is that a no ball?
Well, I don't know. Well, appeal from the crowd more than the players out there. The bowler didn't really appeal, but the crowd appealed more for them, and well, it's not out, says the umpire. The bowler didn't really appeal. Some of the fielders did, but the crowd did. The crowd wants a wicket here. Short, pulled away over that head of the fielder at short mid wicket. They're going to get one, come back for two, because Mitchell had a lot of work to do to get around from that long on boundary to cut off that one.
But excellent running indeed from Marcelin and skipper Janelia Glasgow, getting back for that second run, and they were able to get 7 runs in that over, Ronnie, just what the doctor ordered.
Yeah, so that brings an end to the over. After 14 overs, it's 46 for 1, and we have reached that halfway mark.
5 runs, my apology, coming from that first over from Sakir Harilal. So we're gonna take a break here at the halfway stage. 86 runs required from 84 balls, Windward Islands.
Yes, and we're back here after that drinks break where the players just have a little refreshment, a little bit of advice given to them from the coaching staff on how they are going to approach the second part of, or if you want to break it down in segments, the final quarter of this match, really. And this is the business end where it all matters. And some work to be done here by the Windward Islands batters, 46 for 1 and 14. Just requiring the required run is just over run a ball. So a lot of work needs to be done. The good thing for them is the captain is there, Janella Glasgow. She's still there. She's batting a 15 from 33, but she needs some support. And need more support, I should say, from the other batters.
Well, I think from a Trinidad perspective, Kira Manpol, she's been a revelation for them. She's bowled 4 overs to 13, so she's basically into a 5th over, and no real damage has been done in that regard.
Yes. This one is full, whipped away nicely onto the onside there. Just standing on one leg, and they're going to get to wrong for 2. So that's excellent. So a clear plan here. Maybe in that break, drinks break, the plan was, or the chat was, we need to be more aggressive, whether it be running, whether it be batting. We need to score. We can't just be pushing ball to the fielders and not running. So
And
it's a clear plan here now.
And Ronnie, more importantly, Kira Manpol, she's not one of their main strike bowlers, so you want to cash in as much as possible, because when the frontline bowlers come back, it's obvious it's going to be a bit more challenging in terms of scoring.
Yeah, well, 4.1, none for 13. That's excellent for her so far. She would take that any day, including Sunday. That's the day. Again, looking to cut this one, just short outside the off stump, but looking for more power there, and they're sitting it into the ground. You can see she was talking to a teammate at the other end, just pointing to her to where she really wanted to hit that one. Straight back the bowler, misfield, and they're gonna get an easy single. So this is all is required. Just look to push the ball around. Get a single, and the odd ball. You're gonna get the odd bad ball, which has been very rare. You must see from the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers. They have bowled really well.
But important, Ronnie, that both these batters carry this innings deep. Where they bat deep into this innings and give their team every opportunity. And this one is played through extra cover. There's only going to be one. Possibly if she had left that ball, it would have been a broad, not a wide. She basically ran it down, Ronnie.
Well, she really fetched that one outside the off stump. But lucky for her, she did get it into the gap. That's the important thing there, is getting the ball into the gap and getting that single. This one is over the bowler's head, but it's only going to be one. But that's not bad. I have no problem with that shot there from the captain. It's a risk-free shot because you're hitting straight down the ground. It's all he has to do is really get it over the bowler's head, and it's going to be at least a single. Hit it well, you could pick up 4.
Well, the fact of the matter, there's acres of space behind the bowler's back, so need to exploit that. And this one is undriven, but straight to skipper Shalini Samaro at that mid-wicket position. So at the end of over number 15, Windward Islands chasing a total of 132. They are 51 for 1. Janella Glasgow, she's 19 from 37 deliveries. And her partner in crime, Nehemiah Maslin, she's 17 from 39. So they're going at a pace that at some stage, sooner than later, Ronnie, one of these batters will have to take the responsibility of possibly being a bit more aggressive.
Yeah, and I would really say that Marcelin has to be that person, that batter, to really try to be aggressive. You'll want your captain, the senior batter, to bat throughout. If she can bat till the end, they could really get close to or even over, which is what you want. But so Marcelin has to go here.
So there's a bowling change from the southern end. Nicely flighted delivery from Orozco, Jessica Orozco, into her third over. 2 overs to 10, no run, no wickets. She's Bowling to the Windward Island skipper. And now we see Shalini Samaru getting that protection at that deep backward square position. Delilah Matthews is getting out to that deep backward square position. So that's a no ball.
Well, the pitch is outside the wicket, so it has to be a no ball. So she has to be wary here. I don't know. Well, maybe it's a plan that she's bowling around the wicket so she can get it outside that off stump. But at the moment, she's going too wide outside that off stump. Drag down. And did it bounce? Yes, it did.
So
it bounced twice before it reaches the batter, so it's a no ball. Free hit. So that's the issue there. It did bounce twice before it reached the batter, so it's definitely going to be a no ball. So that one was a drag down, really. You could see just pulling down on that. She has to be careful here. Can't let it get away. Oh, that's a better delivery. Better delivery there. Tossed up nicely outside off stump. And it dipped on her. As you could see, the captain Glasgow was looking for that big shot because it was a free hit. But really kind of yoked herself. And it went through to the keeper.
So Roscoe under a lot of pressure here. Only 2 legal deliveries bowling this over thus far. And there's a single. Nothing she could do to stop that there. And again, Ronnie, as you alluded to earlier, important to keep picking up these singles. If you can't hit the boundaries, then just keep the rotation of the strike. And what will happen is eventually the fielders start coming in a bit tighter. You go through the gap. It's possible that you could get a boundary or you could possibly get 2 or 3, as the case may be. So this Trinidad and Tobago bowling attack, they're going to be tested here to the hilt with Samara Ramnath out of the attack. You know, it's going to push all of these bowlers here to defend that total of 132.
Well, they're doing a good job thus far. This one is in the air. There's a fielder down there. No, it goes straight between those 2 fielders. And this is excellent running here to come back for that second. So this is very good here from the batters now. That's Marcelin hitting that one straight down the ground. And we mentioned that before, Anil, in terms of hitting straight down the ground. It's a safe shot, and you're sure for a single, at least hit it well, you can get 2 or more. And that's exactly what happened. Again, this time, there's a misfield there. And you can see the captain, Shalini, is disappointed with that effort. But they just get 1. But that's okay. They wouldn't mind that. That's another run that they need. So a good over thus far. 5 runs of the over.
So it's actually 6 runs off the over and still a ball to go. And if
Yes.
they were to get a boundary here now running, it would really, put them in a very good position indeed.
Yeah, well, they were unable to take advantage of those 2 no balls. But still, it turns out to be a decent over. Oh, she got away with that one there. If she had left that alone, it would have been a wide. But she was trying to be aggressive because it was up there. It was tossed up in the air. And once it's up there, the batters look to go down. Head up in the air. And by the time you play the shot, it's gone. So she ended up yorking herself. A dot ball. Not a bad over. 5 runs coming off it. Well, 6 runs coming off it. But you could see Marcelin in some trouble. Remember we mentioned that earlier when she played a shot and she was holding her back. And it seems like her back is giving her some trouble here now.
Yeah, so the physio is out there doing some running repairs. But from a Windward Islands perspective, now running, it's a difficult time to have one of your set batters. If she does have to leave the field, it's going to be a big blow for the Windward Islands team. But the physio is doing everything that's possible to ensure that she stays on the park. Janelia Glasgow, she's moved on to 20 from 43 deliveries. Nehemiah Marcelin, 20 from 41. 75 from 72. Still within range they're running. The run rate hasn't really run away from the Windward Islands. But what is important is for they to continue to pick up 5, 6, 7 runs and over and keep breaking down that total as they go along. And they're doing a good job thus far. Possibly 1 or 2 good overs here going forward is just going to tilt the balance, But at this stage here, Trinidad and Tobago just pushing their noses ahead with the run rate above 6 required.
Yeah, definitely. They have done really well to push that run rate up initially. Some excellent bowling, but the extras have really hurt them in terms of the last few overs where they bowl a lot of wides and no balls, and they have to really be aware of that. It could come to hurt them in the end in terms of it's 15 extras already, 11 wides and 3 no balls. So it's really going to play on their mind. Is it going to hurt them?
So Kira Manpole continues from the KFC end. They've won. They're not going to turn for 2. But more importantly, skipper Glasgow.
Well, Manpole is into a final over here. She's into a 6th over and just conceded 19 runs. It's excellent for her. And as you said before, she wouldn't have been one of the frontline bowlers.
Well, the good thing about that is Manpole is into a 6th over. Remember, there is only 3 bowlers who could bowl 6.
This one is over the head of the bowler. They're going to get 1. They're going to push for 2. And they're going to get 2 quite easily. And that's excellent running again. Oh, well, 1 shot. You can see the umpire signaling 1 shot. Let's see, it's 1 shot again.
So Marcelin is the culprit on this occasion.
So it's 1 shot signal by the umpire.
And as you could hear in the background there, the supporters, they're very, very vocal indeed.
Showing support for their team. Oh, that's an excellent delivery, and again, good running. That's excellent running there by this pair. Just pretty much yorked herself, but she got enough baton to it, and it just trickled out into the offside, where she was able to get through for a single. Yes, you could see Martin is struggling a bit, but she's still there supporting her captain and batting for her team.
Yeah, and very important indeed, that they continue to build this partnership. And this one is driven through extra cover. Delilah Matthews not able to make that stop. That ball was hit like a rocket through the extra cover region.
Yeah, bit of misfield there, resulting in a single. But the Windward Islands, they wouldn't mind that at all. They will take the runs anyhow they can get it, because runs are premium at the moment. Again, this is very good cricket, and this is poor. She's disappointed in herself, but this is poor from Trinidad and Tobago here. You see what they are trying to do. They are trying to get the singles, push the ball in, get your feelers tight inside that circle. Look to stop the singles. That's what you need to do. Force them to hit it over the top. Force them to pierce the gap. But you have to stop those singles, because those singles are what going to keep the Windward Islands in this game at the moment.
Yeah, so excellent running. Just taking the pace of the delivery there and ensuring that they keep the rotation of the strike. So skipper Glasgow just giving an indicator to the dressing room there. Just seems to want something out in the middle. This one is undriven. It's only going to be 1. Maria Lafoucault comes off the boundary very smartly indeed.
So at the end of the over, the end of 17 is 63 for 1. And it's exactly what we were saying. They need to stop those singles. So you should have, Shalini yourself should have been inside there preventing that one, because even if it passes her, you have the fielder at long on to back it up. They're still going to get 1. But if she just drops it into the offside, the onside, there's an opportunity for a run out. or to prevent them from getting that single.
But
Same
while
thing on the onside.
Yeah, but Ronnie, while all that has happened there, Marcelin has had to retire hurt. It seems to me that the pain that she was suffering, has got to that extreme rate where she's had to retire hurt. So unfortunately for Windward Islands, they have to send out a new batter to accompany their skipper, Janelia Glasgow. But with a fresh pair of legs, you just never know what can happen in terms of the running.
Well, it looks like Alexander has come out there to join her captain. And we're just waiting confirmation, but it seems like it's Alexander who's out there to join her captain. And she, would have to do a job here. If she could hit a couple of lusty blows, play her innings like what Maria did in the Trinidad and Tobago innings.
Yeah, just get maybe 20 or 30 in very quick time. Play one of those cameos, Ronnie.
Well, you could see the intention is clear. She's looking to go after it. The intention is very clear. So if she can hit a few lusty blows here, it will change the tide of the game.
So just as you predicted, Nisha Alexander, Alexander might just be tempted to possibly take a stride or two down the pitch.
Oh, that's an excellent delivery there. she realized that Alexander is going to be aggressive once he hit the ball, so she's trying to pitch it up as much as possible, not allow her to get under the ball. This is very smart bowling.
Well, the mid-off is in just hovering around the edge of the circle. So anything over the bowler's head is going to be at least 2. And
that's a poor delivery, lucky to get away with that. But you could see what Alexander is trying to do. She's just trying to go across the line, no matter where it is. She's just trying to go across the line, and that one bounced real short, but didn't bounce a lot more than she bounced very low. It kept very low, and she was unable to get under that one. Down the leg side on wide signal, and you can see she's disappointed with herself there. She thought all she needed to was get some bat onto that, and it would have been at least 2 runs.
so Alexander needs to be careful here.
And she's bowled. Well. Trying to play that shot one too many, and she's played across the line to a very straight and full delivery, and her stumps have been knocked back. Bills are all over the place, as you can see it again. Just trying to play across the line to a full straight delivery, not called for, and Alexander has to go back without scoring.
That ploy by the Windward Islands, sending Nisha Alexander up the order, has not worked out, unfortunately. But it's going to be Senjar Abini Senjar is going to be striding out to the middle. But more importantly, from a Trinidad perspective, only 1 run conceded in that over and a wicket.
Yes, so a lot of work to be done. St. John, she had a decent time with the bat in the second game. She scored 8 not out to see her team, well, in the first game actually scored 8 not out to see her team over the line. Didn't get to bat in the second game, but she has a lot of work to do here with her captain. Somebody has to stand up with the captain, and yes, you saw it was a clear intentions from Alexander, but you have to choose your balls. Which one are you going to play across the line? If it's a full delivery, you cannot play across the line to those deliveries. She should have looked to hit straight down the ground rather than play across the line, and she paid the ultimate penalty for it. Harry Lal here bowling really well, again down the leg side, wide signal by the umpire. She's into a good spell here. Just a number of wide deliveries. No runs came off the bat in this over thus far, but a couple of wides making the over look bad. 1 for 7. The wicket wouldn't look bad in against a Neem at all. It's down the leg side. Wide signal by the umpire. A lot of work to do here by umpire Colin Bryan. A lot of work he has been doing in this over. Signal 3 wide. Signal a wicket.
See, he's all signaling at this time.
Yeah, it's so she has to be careful here. I could understand the clear plan. She's trying to stay on the legs of the batter, not allow them to free their arms. But she has to be careful of going too much down the leg side. This is much better. Good length, good line. Just outside the off stump. And, just allowing the batter to just push it down the ground. Use the bit of wind that is bold, that is coming across the ground. Just throw it up there outside that off stump or just on that off stump line. Oh, that's a lot of appeal for LBW. Well, the crowd is appealing more than the players out there, and that is what we have to contend with at the moment. But you could see it looked like it pitched outside leg stump, is it?
Yeah, pitched outside the line of the leg stump there and keeping a trifle low as well.
That is not a good sign for the batters, ball keeping low. But at the end of a successful over for the Trinidad on the 19 women, after 18 overs, it's 66 for 2. Well, you could see is St. John there hobbling a bit.
Yeah, just seems to have got a blow to the ankles there. But Trinidad and Tobago, they're going to bring back one of their main strikers in Katie Charles. 3 overs for 7, so she still got at least 3 to go in her allocation. So Trinidad and Tobago looking to make more inroads into this Leeward Islands batting lineup. In their way is the skipper Janita Glasgow.
Yeah, she's the key to this match here now. If they can get her early, well, you could think it's all done and dusted. But if she gets going, then it's going to change things in their favor. It's an excellent delivery from Mitchell. Mitchell coming back into the attack from the northern end and starts with a very good Yorker. You have to realize that you can see that's an excellent Yorker from Mitchell there. But Glasgow is batting out of a crease as well. So she's sort of yorking herself and she's taking a big stride down the wicket also. Oh, this one is a full delivery. And signal no ball by the umpire. The square leg immediately signal to the standing umpire, and it's a no ball, free hit signal. So it's a warning. Yes, you can see the umpire is giving an official warning. Right, it's an official warning to Mitchell there.
Yeah, and normally the fast bowlers, they will feel the pain in that regard. Fast full pitch deliveries running will be dealt with.
Free hit straight down the ground past the fielder at that short mid-on, and they're gonna get a single. So the batters have not been able to capitalize on those no balls, those free hits, and that's been a problem here so far. In both innings, actually, they haven't been able to capitalize on those no balls, those free hits. And that's something they will have to take a look at. And it's a general tendency when you get a free hit, you want to hit the ball, the lead out of the ball, really, when you think about it. But it's about playing proper cricket shots to the delivery.
And I think more importantly, Ronnie, just to substantiate what you're saying, is that they still need to keep a very firm base indeed when executing whatever shot they want to play. You see that when a free hit comes up, everything just goes all over the place in terms of the alignment and everything.
This one, St. John is on the back foot and getting an inside edge that scoots onto the onside, and they get through for an easy single.
So the run rate now just getting up to 6 and a bit here, 6.63. Not running away at this stage, but climbing with every dot ball.
This one
This
sits straight down the ground. Excellent work from the fielder there. It looks like Maria, but they're still able to get two. She did well to get across and to get to stop that one.
So Maria doesn't allow her size to really dictate how she plays her cricket. Ronnie, very agile indeed. You can see from that stop moving smartly to her right and affecting a stop there. Excellent lofted drive there from skipper Janelia Glasgow.
Oh, that's an excellent shot. And again, St. John is a bit of trouble. She was slow to react, really, but able to get home in the end. Started off a bit slow, but in the end, she revved the engine low, high enough and was able to cruise across the line, really.
But the skipper for the Trinidad and Tobago team, she was revving all.
Well.
She was going at 100 mph.
Still wasn't enough.
Still wasn't enough.
Mitchell here in a good spell. A decent over thus far, really, for the Windward Islands. Oh, that's a very good delivery to finish the over. And at the end of a very good over, it's after 19, it's 72 for 2. A lot of work to be done here for the Windward Islands, but the key is that the skipper Glasgow is still there on 27.
Yeah, Janelia Glasgow doing a wonderful job for her team. If anything, she just needs to be a bit more aggressive at this stage. But 9 overs still to go in this contest. I'm sure sooner than later we're gonna see her try and change gears. Important for Abini St. John as well that she continues to help her skipper with the rotation of the strike in pursuit of that total of 132 for victory. At this stage, the run rate is just about 6.7 runs per over. Every dot ball now is having a telling effect. But the skipper has brought herself back now into the attack. 4 overs to 10, 2 overs.
One is driven down the ground, past that field, the extra cover fielder, and they get through for a single. So they are allowing the single straight down the ground, and I don't mind that. If you hit it well enough straight down the ground, okay, fine, well, take a single. But it's the single that they're dropping in descent from the onside and offside and picking up easy singles. That is where I think they need to tidy up.
Well, it's just about more than a run of ball. So if they were to continue to get 5, 6 and over running, it's going to keep them in the contest. This one is played down to that short square leg position. There's no run.
It's getting a bit tight here now for the Windward Islands.
And this one is hiked into the leg side. Chanel Sal comes off the mid-wicket boundary very smartly indeed. Rifles a return into Ayana Roberts. Only going to be one, but more importantly for Windward Islands, their skipper Janelia Glasgow. She's back on strike.
Just some information on the other matches after this. Also in 6 overs, so all matches are on the way.
2 overs, they possibly need 15-20. They will back themselves to get that runny. 2 overs, they possibly need 15-20. They will back themselves to get that runny if their skipper is still there. So Harry Lal have a change of end. She's coming from the KFCN. A wild throw from Maria Lafoucault, but it's cleaned up there by Daniela Matthews.
She's too strong towards the ball, very hard towards the bowler. Harry Lal. It's not a big person. She's not too strong either, so has to be aware of that.
And would you believe it, Ronnie? The ball struck the stumps, but the Bears.
No ball. The umpire signaled a no ball.
So is it two? Was it 2 bonks?
Well, the umpire has signaled a no ball. So you are right. It did seem to run back into the stumps. Let's see. It looks like it went back and it hit the stump. The Beals
Wasn't dislodged.
dislodged. No. Well, actually, she did. No. The Beals wasn't dislodged. But the umpire signaled a no ball. The square leg umpire signaled a no ball. Or it's the fielders. I think it's a no ball for field placement, is it?
It has to be the fielding restriction.
Yeah. Well, that's what they're signaling. So, yes, it is a no ball.
So someone has possibly just went outside the circle there, Ronnie, and the umpire immediately picked it up.
Yes. This one is flicked away. Good piece of fielding there. A chance for a run out. A direct hit would have been interesting there. That's excellent piece of work there from Manpole. Well, good over thus far. A lot of very eventful over thus far. St. Jean. This one is hiked away into the onside, but straight to the captain Shalini at mid-wicket. No run. 2 dot balls thus far. Pressure building here on the batter.
Yeah, extreme scoreboard pressure now. Every dot ball, that run rate continues to climb.
This one is in the air. 3 fielders converge, and Maria Lafocade, she took the catch, and it's the end of St. Jean. She tried her best in the end. She wanted to go over the top, but Hari Lal picks up another wicket. Let's look at it. Tried to go over the top, but didn't get enough bat onto it, and it's an excellent catch. Well judged catch there by Maria, and that's the end of St. Jean.
But what we're seeing here is a very brave move indeed by Marceline. She's returning, having retired hurt earlier on. She is striding back out in the middle there. Nehemiah Marceline getting back out in the middle there, and what a brave move indeed by Nehemiah Marceline there. So Maria Lafocade having the final say there, Ronnie, judging a well judged catch there in the end. That ball just spooning to mid-on, but she moved smartly in and had total control of that catch. So Nehemiah Marceline, having retired hurt earlier on, returns out in the middle with her team needing 55 runs from 44 deliveries.
Yeah, they're in some trouble now.
The run rate 7.5. So a big over is required at some stage here now.
Ariel, what a job she's doing here for her team. This one is hit away nicely. And again, excellent piece of fielding by Maria. She's all over the field at the moment.
Maria diving away at that mid-on position. Look at her go. Ensuring that she puts everything on the line to make that stop.
And she got down on the ground to ensure that the ball didn't pass her.
So that's what good fielding does. It restricts the scoring and adds a lot of pressure. This one is drilled past the bowler. It goes between there. A diving stop from Chanel Stow. Are they going to come back for a third? No, they aren't going to come back for 3. But brilliant work there at the long off boundary there by Chanel Stow. Diving away and saving what would have been 3 runs. Saving a team at least 1.
Well, They got 2 in the end, so she did save 2 runs for her team. That's an excellent piece of work there, and it shows their commitment by the fielders. And she, at the end of a very good over there for the Trinidad and Tobago on the 19th, picking up that wicket and just conceding
5
runs. Yeah, it's so far she has 3 overs, 2 for 13, but it's 3 for 80 at the moment in 21 overs. Just 7 overs remaining in this encounter, and it's getting very difficult now.
Well, I tell you what, a very brave move here by skipper Shalini Samaru to bring back Orozco at this stage here. It could really be the difference how this game turns here, with Glasgow now very well set, and Marcelin here, she could be taking a part here in this over.
Well, you have to wait to see. This is an easy single, and this is good for Marcelin here. Just getting the single, getting the skipper back on strike. Orozco here into her 4th over. Just conceding 17 runs.
I'm going to tell you this, Ronnie. I believe this over here is going to play a critical part in the way this game goes, because Jadila Glasgow, with the ball spinning into her, she would look, to try and cash in as much as possible. This is the over I believe that the Windward Islands were waiting for to make a move on.
The field is set far and wide for Glasgow here. Oh, that one bounced really high, more than the Glasgow expected. But it's because of that high arc that she has. The ball will drop and it will bounce and probably get some turn depending on where it hit. If it hits the seam, you'll get that extra bounce. If it hits the edge of the seam, you'll get movement. So this is good here. Flatter, hit away, into the deep, a chance. No, just over the head of that deep square leg. They're going to get looking for 2, and it's going to be safe. Excellent run in there from Glasgow. She knows she had to get back for 2. It's all dependent on her now, and you could see taking that second run in the fielder's hand, but she was so confident. She was there. Well, yes. Well in there was Glasgow.
Well, Glasgow possibly felt that she missed out there. Had she had the connection there, that ball would have traveled miles over the boundary.
Yeah, definitely. It was a poor delivery, short and down the leg side. That's well. Glasgow had a look at the umpire, had a chat with the umpire actually, if it's a wide or not.
Well, everybody just seems to be amused.
Well, it's a good delivery at the end of the day. It's up in the air, driven, past the bowler. It's just going to be a single. So that's a good outcome there for the Trinidad and Tobago on the 19. They would not mind that at all, because it's the captain, Glasgow, is off strike. And they would really relish that.
Yeah, so 4 runs coming from that over. One that they would have possibly wanted to get anyway, maybe 6, 8, 10 as the case may be. But one ball to complete the 22nd over.
It's a good delivery, straight back to the bowler. Another dot ball. You could see Marcel in there. She felt she missed out. It was short. She was looking to pull that one, but hit it straight back to the bowler. At the end of the 20 seconds, it's 84 for 3.
So the run rate now 8 runs and over. It's really getting to the stage now where one of these batters will have to take some risks in order to get to that total. Is it going to be the skipper, Janila Glasgow? Is it going to be Marcelin? Who is going to be a hero here this evening at Gilbert Park? We'll just wait and see how it unfolds. But for Trinidad and Tobago, Zakira Harilal continues to do a wonderful job indeed for her team.
Yes, she's into her 4th over, 2 for 13 thus far. Bowling really well. What I like about her is Well, I was just about to say that she's bowling nicely wicket to wicket, but she did bowl that one down the leg side. So she's trying to defy me.
So it's a commentator. It's a commentator's curse, Ronnie. Just when you're giving her praise, she doesn't produce the goods.
But still, she's bowling really well here. This one is wide, so it's another wide, second wide in the over. And the wide counts goes up to 15 now. It's 20 extras.
My.
So both sides are really guilty of bowling those extras, a lot of wide deliveries. Well, 15 wides and 5 no balls. 5 no balls, that's a lot. Harryal now going around the wicket, and it's still not working for her. And that's the thing about going round the wicket. You'll tend to go across to get that ball across the left-hander.
But it just seems to amaze me sometimes, Ronnie. The bowler's starting from over the wicket. You're not getting it right, but for some reason or the other, something is that little boy in your head is telling you need to change something.
Why? Why do you need to change something? That's the point.
And this one is drilled again, down to long off. There's one. They're gonna come back for 2. Excellent throw. Zakia Harilal unable to catch the ball, and they come back for 2. So Maria really doing some wonderful work there at that long off position, moving smartly to her right there, and rifling the return. Too hot to handle for the young Zakia Harilal.
Well, more importantly, it's 5 runs of the over already, and just 1 delivery ball.
And this one is muscled through extra cover. There's 1. They're going to be 2. And the throw comes into the non-striker's end. And Danila Matthews doing some excellent work backing up there. So the Windward Islands 91 for 3 in over number 23.
This is the over that you were talking about, Arnold. The big over that they're looking for, and it's a good over thus far.
Yeah, so 7 runs coming from 2 legal deliveries.
Yep.
And this one takes an inside edge, but the wicketkeeper Ayana Roberts does some excellent work.
Yeah, she does really well there to get her glove onto that one. It came off the inside edge, just past that leg stump, but lucky for her, it was close enough that the keeper Roberts was able to gather it. Well, appeal for LBW only from the crowd, not from the bowler, not from the fielders.
Well, Zakia coming back very nice indeed. 2 dot balls consecutively. 2 balls still in the over for her to complete. So 41 required from 32 deliveries. Where is this one heading, Ronnie?
It has to be at least 2.
And this one, she's unable. Normally, if she had her next partner, they would have gotten through there, Ronnie, but not trusting Marcelin there.
Well, she's disappointed because she thought she should have hit that one straight down the ground and at least get a single. Was looking to go across the line and didn't get it. Hit the bottom of the bat really, and it was unable to get a run. And now looking to get the strike of the last ball, had to push it into the offside and pick up a single. And that's what we were talking about earlier. Those 2 fielders need to be inside the circle to avoid those singles. At the end of 23, it's 92 for Triana.
Yeah, and exactly what you're saying, Ronnie. They sometimes just hovering a bit too deep, on the offside. They're just allowing the batters to tap and run, as we see. But 40 required from 5 overs. Exactly 8 runs are over. But the Windward Islands, they continue to bat deep into this innings, Ronnie, and skipper Trinidad Glasgow, and giving her team every opportunity if not to cross the line, but at least to get close to that target.
Yeah, definitely. And
But for the Trinidad and Tobago, they will want to see the back of her now, because if she bats to the end, you just never know what's going to happen.
it's going to be Shalini Singh, Samaru, sorry. This one is driven straight down the ground. They're going to look for one. They're going to go back for two. Yes, and that's excellent running. Well, well, well. And that's the wicket they were looking for. A big mix-up there. And Glasgow, she is run out. You could see the disappointment on her face. She slammed the bat down on the wicket, on the pitch when she was run out. And that could be the end of the game. Well,
So a very
it's a
important...
no ball. Well, it's still out. It's still out. It's a no ball signal, but it's still out. Yeah, she's run out there, and you could see. Look at the disappointment on her. But even though it's a no ball, she's still out. That's the key there.
Well, I think what is even more disappointing, Ronnie, was the fact that it's a no ball. There wasn't no need to go back for that second run, because they would have already got that extra run via the no ball.
Well, remember, she didn't know it was a no ball. The umpire only signaled the no ball after. So, but the point there is that there was an error. Glasgow was looking for that second because she had to get back on strike. But Marceline was there standing. She didn't want to go. She ended up pulling off late, and because of that, Glasgow was halfway down the wicket stopping. So if she had gone straight through for the run, it would have been completed two runs.
So just as we were discussing earlier on, Ronnie, the wicket of Janila Glasgow definitely now at this stage of the game, Trinidad and Tobago really putting their noses ahead in this contest.
Well, they're definitely ahead now, I would say, because it's for them to lose, for Trinidad and Tobago to lose this game now. They shouldn't lose this game from here. It's 39 runs now from 30 deliveries because it's a no ball, and they did get one. They did complete one, so 39 from 30 deliveries. But the fact that it's the captain, the run scorer for them, the run machine for them, is gone.
Yeah, so Nisha Cherry strides out to the middle. Nehemiah Marcelin now, she has an even bigger responsibility now to take her team to over the line. But skipper Shalini Samaru operating from the southern end. And this one, is she going to be out? Yes. Katie Jazz. And it just seems to be a no ball. Is it?
It was a free hit. It was the free hit. It was the free hit.
But good intelligent cricket from the Windward Islands. While the Trinidad and Tobago team was celebrating, they were having a good time running between the sticks, Ronnie.
Yes, they took full advantage of that there. So it was the free hit. So it was a no ball, the previous ball. So it was a free hit. So that delivery was a free hit. So even though she took the catch, it wasn't out. So the fielders were all celebrating, not realizing it was a free hit. So it's all happening out there. But in the end, it's 2 more runs to the Windward Islands. One? Well, it's one.
One, two?
One, okay, it's 1 run. So they only ran 1. So they should have taken 2 at least, because they would. The fielder was celebrating. This one is over the head of that mid-wicket fielder. Mitchell is after it again. They should get 2 more here quite easily.
And they do.
Well, had that hit directly, I think Sherry would have been in some trouble.
Yeah, she would be walking slowly back to the sheds. But all to play for now, and Marceling continuing that vigil for the Windward Islands, giving her team.
Short, driven, straight past the bowler. But there's that short mid-off fielder, and there's no run. So it's all happening here. All happening here. What a match we are having here, Arnold.
Yeah, and it's a top of the table clash, so no one expects anything different. But that ball goes out to that short square leg position. There's no run, so Maslin needs to get a move on here. 35 from 26. It's getting very difficult indeed. It's above 8 runs and over. And she's bowled all over the shop.
Well. Maslin goes, bowl Samaru, and could that be the match there now? 27 from 50 deliveries. She came out back after retiring hurt, but again, it's a shortish delivery, looking to pull on the onside, missing it completely, and the stumps, the ball just hit the top of the bails really, and that's the end. You can see it again there. Selini Samaru, short delivery, should have been put away, should have been punished, but missed, and the ball hits the stumps. That's the end of Maslin, and it's 97 for 5 now. 35 from 25. Anna.
Yeah, still game on. A little
game on, you say?
Well, from Windward Island's perspective, they would want one of these batters here to at least try and play a cameo to get them even close to the total. But Trinidad and Tobago, they are in the ascendancy here. They're taking full control of this encounter. A dreadful blow indeed for the skipper of the Windward Islands in the previous over, being run out through a miscommunication with Nia Maslin, and that has possibly signaled the beginning of the end, Ronnie.
Yeah, definitely it was getting a bit difficult for them. The required run rate was getting up to 8, which actually above 8, which is very difficult for these girls here. And in that, you would have expected Glasgow to be the one to belt the ball around and pick up some boundaries and get them into it.
But again, when you give away 40 extras running, you're always behind the 8 ball, and that is proving now to be a significant chunk of runs that they need for victory.
Well, yeah, hadn't they given away 40, let's say they give away 20, it would have just been 15 runs required for victory.
Yeah, in like 4 overs.
Yeah, so it would have been easy. Well played, so an excellent over, 2 wickets coming off it, and just 4 runs. At the end of 24, it's 97 for 5.
So skipper, 6 overs, 18 runs, 1 wicket, just going about 3 runs and over. Ideal when you're defending a total of 132 for victory.
Yeah, well, it's this 4 overs remaining, and looking at the options available, we have Mitchell has 2 more, Roscoe has 2 more, and Harilal has 2. Well, actually, they could bowl 1 each. One of them could bowl 2 more, and the other 2 could bowl 1 each.
So Sakia Harilal, she's continuing from the northern end.
Well, it seems like Harilal is going to bowl her 5th, so she may bowl out her 6th because she's bowling really well. So far, 2 for 21. And skipper would want to continue, for her to continue. And if she could continue, just not pick up wickets, but keep things tight, it's going to make it difficult for the Windward Islands. Well, that's another good delivery again there, and you could see she mentioned it before, just keeping that line, straight line, not allowing the batters to really free their arms on that middle and leg line, and it's proven difficult for the batters.
Yeah, just keeping it nice and straight, these lower end batters. And here we're seeing
well, we saw
Alexander
doing a similar.
Yeah, Nisha Alexander trying to go across the line
to a full-length delivery and had her stumps disturbed. This time we see It's Sherry trying to repeat that, but not making any contact. The ball just missing the stumps. Again, looking to go straight, but that's a better option. Looking to go straight, a full-length delivery. Getting the inner half of the bat, squirts out to the onside, but the fielder is there just behind square, and there's no chance that's man Paul, and there's no chance of any run. So pressure on, 3 dot balls thus far. Let's see what Sherry's going to do. Is she going to get the big shots out? Driving straight past the bowler, and they're going to just get one. There's the mid-off and mid-on, so it's just 1 run easy. Had she hit that, time that really well and passed those 2, you're gonna get, it was looking at least 2 runs.
Yeah, but Chanel Sao doing some extremely good work there, moving about 3 meters to her right there and stopping that ball. And this one, is it that the format has changed, Ronnie?
Well, I think it's the same format, but you can see she's just trying to survive there, Daniela. She's just trying to survive.
So Daniela crease. And this one is played out to that square point position.
What an over. There's just 1 run coming off that over. At the end of 25, it's 98 for 5.
So 34 required from 3 overs. So the run rate has skyrocketed to above 11 runs and over. And it's going to take something extremely special to get over the line at this stage. At this stage, Trinidad and Tobago very much in the ascendancy, motoring to victory, and one of their main strikers, Katie Charles Mitchell, she is going to be bowling from the southern end, or the Sugar House end. She's going to be bowling her 5th over. So skipper Shalini Samaru ringing the changes here at Gilbert Park, ensuring that the batters doesn't get any kind of momentum in the last 3 overs of this contest.
And this is good, yeah, putting pressure, bringing back your mean bowler, that's Mitchell. Well, she's only be able to bowl, well, probably 2 if possible, but she is into her 5th over here. So 2 bowlers have bowled 6 thus far, so only 1 more allowed to bowl 6. So are you going to give Harilal the 6th over in the other end, or are you going to bring back Orozco for her 5th? And then Mitchell in the final over.
Now Harilal is definitely going to be bowling my 6th over.
Well, then you're going to have Orozco to bowl the final over. An appeal, but nothing coming from the umpire.
Very ambitious indeed. There's more an appeal from the spectators rather than the players. A booming drive there from Nisha Cherry, didn't make contact. It goes into the mid of Ayana Roberts, and the score remains at 98 for 5.
Full ball hit into the onside. No one there at cow corner. Is it going to bounce away? No. It stops just inside the circle. They got 2, looking for the 3rd. It's not on, and that's all they're going to get.
But had they pushed on there, they possibly would have gotten that 3rd run. But while all that happened, the 100 has come up for the Windward Islands in the 26th over. It's 100 for 5, 32 required from 2.3 overs. 15 balls.
That's a good delivery from Mitchell. Just pitch that one up a little more outside off stump. And Sherry was just looking to guide that one to pass that point fielder, but got a little more bat on it. Didn't open the face enough to really guide that one there to the region that she was looking for.
Yeah, didn't have the pace to beat the fielders there on the offside. But it's Matthews from the Sugar House end. And this one is played into mid-wicket. Chanel Sao picks up, rifles a return. Going for the direct hit there, Ronnie. Had that hit,
well, had that hit, it would have been interesting, but in the end, Sherry Crease actually, her bat stuck in the wicket, and while she was running through, but they eventually got through for that single, but it's not going to help. Singles are not really going to help them at the moment.
Yeah,
They need boundaries.
Yeah, 31 from 13.
Oh, that one just moving away from the right-hander there. And that's the end of an excellent over from Mitchell. The end of 26, it's 101 for 5.
Yeah, 31 required from 2 overs. It just as good as the fat lady, has arrived at the venue here. The engines have started.
Well, I told you that earlier when you said it was close. I told you it wasn't close at all. But it's definitely going to be over soon. 31 to get in this final over. In 2 overs, not looking possible.
Possible, but highly improbable.
Well, I told you it's going to be Orozco to bowl because she has to bowl. But I would have bowled Harilal, to be honest, and then leave Orozco with enough runs to defend in the final over. But it's going to be Orozco, and that's a wide. So it's definitely going to be Mitchell. So Harilal is not going to bowl out her 6 over unless she's going to come back in there to the final over. But it looks like Mitchell most likely would come back for her final over. And Orozco is going to bowl her final over here.
Had things been differently, Ronnie, in terms of the equation, in terms of runs equivalent to balls, possibly Harilal may have had. Oh my God.
That would be a no ball. It bounced twice before it reached in, and they're going to get a single as well. So it's going to be a no ball, 1, and then they have gotten a single. But the thing is, yes, you took the single, but I wouldn't have really taken that single there. I would have preferred Sherry on strike because she's the one looking to hit the ball, not Chris.
Well, I don't think Chris has an option now, Ronnie. She's got to go.
Well, it's going to be a wide.
And
so it's a wide, a no ball, and a single, and another wide. So it's 4 runs of the over, and it hasn't started.
Yeah, no legal deliveries just yet in this over from Orozco.
That's why I would have bowled Orozco on this end. Give her the final over. No, that's too high. I would have given her the final over so she would have been relaxed, knowing that the game is probably over.
Had Geneva Glasgow been out there, it would have been a different proposition. But requiring 14, almost 15 runs for over, it's almost as good as over now at this stage running.
Yeah. So I would have bowled Harilal really to put that additional pressure. It's a full delivery, hit straight to the fielder, chance for a run out. Oh, the keeper did not gather, and it's a run. Had the keeper gathered that, it would have been an easy run out. The fielder, Manpol, did excellent to get the ball, a good throw in, but the keeper just did not gather.
Yeah, just taking her eye off the ball at the last moment, and she did had a bit of possibly just overbalancing there, and she was getting.
Oh, that's a good shot straight to the fielder, just short. That's Maria over there. And they get just a single. It's a direct hit, but the batter is in. So it's another single. The singles are not really going to help them. But it's another single to the score. It's 107 for 5 now. Is it still close, Anna? I'm putting you under pressure here.
You are running, and I don't appreciate it. Yes, it's close, running.
There you go, there you go.
It's close to the over.
Yes, you heard it from the man himself, Mr. Anna Rakan. Said it's close to the end.
It's close to the end.
Yes.
We could safely say that. It's close to the end.
So another good delivery here from Orozco, and she's didn't start over well with a wide and 2 wides and a no ball, but has come back really well here, and she just needs to close it off now. Just needs to keep it on the wicket, keep it straight. That's a good delivery in the edge, should be taken. It's taken. And that's the end of Daniela Crease looking to go over the top. Didn't get the power that she required. Hit the bottom of the bat and straight to that fielder in South. And that's the end of Crease. And that's the fall of the 6th wicket. It's 107 for 6 now.
Yeah, well, it's not close anymore, Ronnie. So, Crease not getting the connection there, holding out to mid-off where Chanel South takes a very simple catch indeed.
And you could see it again. They settled nicely under it and took it comfortable in the end.
But you know what's impressive about the performance of this Trinidad and Tobago outfit, Ronnie? Not having one of their main strike bowlers in Samara Ramnath. The rest of the bowling stock, they've raised their hand up really well here. They've stuck their hand up and say, we're gonna work for her, we're gonna do it for her, and they've done it, in splendid fashion, if I may say so, Ronnie. Just 7 balls remaining in this innings, and the fat lady, has arrived at the venue.
Well, I thought she was here earlier on.
She did make her early exit, but she has returned to the venue to close off proceedings here, Ronnie.
Okay. So just one delivery to finish off this over here. In the air, could be taken. No, just short of Mitchell. They're going to get 1, and that's all it's going to be. So that will bring an end to the 27th over. At the end of 27, it's 108 for 6.
24 required from 6 deliveries. 108 for 6 in 27 overs. 24 runs required from 6 balls. And this one is as good as over, Running.
Yeah, definitely it's all over here by a shout. Roscoe going for 1 for 27 in her 5 overs. So it's going to be Mitchell to finish off here. She's going to bowl the final over. She's going to complete her 6 overs. None for 16 thus far. And I don't think they're going to get... she has conceded 16 in 5 overs. I'm not sure that she's going to concede more than that in this over. And that's excellent from her. Just keeping it on the wicket. And that's all she needs to do, really. Just bowl the ball on the wicket and finish this off.
Yeah, just required just to finish off here. Really good here now is Katie Jazz Mitchell. Having done the bulk of the work here, just need to finish off here on a high, possibly by getting another wicket for her team.
This one is in the air, dropped. Well.
And a wonderful attempt there by no other than Maria Lafacade there, taking a step forward and diving. The ball just dying on her at the very last moment.
Yeah, she has done really well with the bat and on the field. Took a catch on a number of excellent saves. So she has really done well for her team. Well, you wouldn't be surprised, but it's raining out there now.
Yeah, well, it's just about that time now, Running, where the groundsmen are getting into position just at the right time. Just 3 balls remaining in this contest. And Trinidad and Tobago, they are running our winners in this Rising Star on the 19 clash against the Windward Islands. Remember, Windward Islands, they were leading the group at the top of the standings. But Trinidad and Tobago now, having defeated the Windward Islands, would go ahead of them.
Yeah, definitely they would go ahead. That's a good shot straight back past the bowler. An excellent piece of work there by Monpaul at mid-off. And they get 2 more. So 2 more to the total. 111 now for 6.
Yeah, so 1 ball remaining here to close off this contest. Trinidad and Tobago running away winners here against the Windward Islands. A very clinical performance indeed.
And she's bowled! Well, well, well.
So just the icing on the cake there. Katie Giles Mitchell disturbing the sticks here in the last delivery of the 28th over, and Trinidad and Tobago winning by 20 runs. So a clinical performance indeed by this Trinidad and Tobago team. A well-oiled unit led by a very inspirational leader in skipper Shalini Samaru, not having one of her main strike bowlers in Samara Ramnath, but she did take every opportunity to explore her other bowling options, and she did so in very, very emphatic style. So congratulations to Trinidad and Tobago defeating the leaders Windward Islands here at Gilbert Park, and the rain, I must tell you, is with us at this stage.
Yeah, it's all over here by a shout, and it's been difficult here for the Windward Islands. They didn't start too well. They were really slow initially in terms of their scoring, and the good thing about it, the Trinidad and Tobago bowlers in particular kept things really tight, didn't allow the batters to get off, picked wickets at regular interval, and they eventually were victors. And just to run through the card a bit there, Fontaine was run out for 2. Martinelli, she retired hurt, came back out, but it was eventually bowled by Samaru for 27. Glasgow, she was run out for 40, and that's when the hope really went for the Windward Islands, when she was run out for 40. Alexander, she came out guns blazing, and she was bowled by Harry Lal for no score. St. John, she was caught. Caught and bowled by Harry Lal for 2. Sherry, she was bowled last by Mitchell for 9. And Chris, she was caught Sao Bowl Orozco for 1. And at the end of it, it's 111 for 7. Just for the bowling, the star really was, to me, was Harry Lal, 2 for 22 from her 5. Mitchell chipped in with 1. Samaru also chipped in with 1 for 18 from her 6. And Orozco, she also chipped in with 1 for 27 from her 5. So that's it from us. There you see it. Yes, the Trinidad flag is flying really high here at the moment. They have won this game. Emphatic victory for them, which will propel them to the top of the table. They would be, I believe, it's 10 points now at the top of the table. They have been coming into this match with 6. So they would be at 10 points on top of the table. Second would be the Windward Islands at 8. So that's it from us here at Gilbert Park. What a wonderful match we had. The top of the table clash. Trinidad and Tobago on the 19 versus the Windward Islands on the 19. Remember, Windward Islands, they won the toss and they elected to bowl first. Trinidad and Tobago, eventually they made 131 in their 28 overs. Remember, the game was reduced to 28 overs, and in the end, the Windward Islands, they fell short by 20 runs, and Trinidad and Tobago on the 19 women, they won by 20 runs to go top of the table. So that's it here from us at the Gilbert Park in California. As I said before, Trinidad and Tobago on the 19, they won by 20 runs to go top of the table. They would be on top of the table at the end of this third round. So on behalf of the technical team led by Jason Prasad, our cameraman Joel Phillip, my fellow commentator Anil Lakan, I'm Ronnie Bikram, thanking you for joining us here for this broadcast, and we'll see you the next time around. Thank you very much.